Hey, kinda. I think we should get started.
Okay.
Not to, yeah, we're gonna get started.
I'll get you a gavel. Get you a gavel.
Jen?
Made one of them.
Thank you.
You're an old veteran.
We are moving up in the world. Half of that everywhere.
They all go to my voicemail. May not be helpful.
You know what? Even better. That's actually more helpful. They all
The real question, did you put your personal cell phone on?
Yeah.
Nice.
Absolutely. All right, we don't have a gavel, so I'll just start speaking. Just for everyone's, if people don't remember me, Joanna Reeds, Chair of the California Workforce Development Board. It is 10:06 a.m. And welcome to everyone who is participating in this room in Los Angeles and in San Francisco, as well as our special guests. If I could turn to Ben to take the roll call.
Yes, my name is Ben. We will be conducting roll call. If you are a designee, please let me know where you are reporting from. And please also, I apologize, I'm gonna break that up. If you're a designee, please let me know. And then please also let me know where you are reporting from. And we will start with the Honorable Senator Ana Caballero. Alicia Bell. Chancellor Sonia Christian.
Tony Cordova, President Delegate here in Sacramento, and Chancellor Christian will be arriving shortly.
Honorable Assembly Member Damon Connolly. Jamil Bada.
Here.
Kamya Amiri Devani. Diane Factor. Director Nancy Farias.
Javier Romero, Nancy.
Angelo Farouk.
Here.
Dean Falk.
Here, good morning. San Francisco. San Francisco.
Great.
I got you.
Larry Frank.
President, Los Angeles.
Leonard Gonzalez. Jason Hayter.
President, Los Angeles.
Jennifer Haley.
I'm present.
Hala Hijazi. Secretary Kim Johnson. Secretary Stuart Knox.
I'm Abby Snag, designate here in San Francisco.
Hillary Lentini.
Present in Los Angeles.
Stephen Levy. James Mangia. Stephen Monteros.
Present.
Dennis Norman.
Present.
Robert Redlow.
Good morning, President in Los Angeles.
Chair Joanna Reese.
Present.
Nicole Rice.
Present.
Charles Riojas. Director Kimberly Rutledge.
Mark Ehrlichman here, designee for Kim Rutledge.
Angel Sanchez. Fabrizio Sasso. Honorable Assembly Member Pilar Schiavo. Aveen Sharma.
Good morning, President in Los Angeles.
Honorable Senator Lola Smallwood Cuevas.
Present in person in Los Angeles. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Jeremy Smith. Annette Smith. Bruce Stensley.
Here. Here.
Here.
Superintendent Tony Thurmond. Floyd Trammell. Amelia Tiagi.
Present in Los Angeles.
And Gloria Young.
Again, sorry.
Yeah.
No, but I hadn't even needed.
Present San Francisco.
And that, thanks. This one.
Did you hear me?
Did you
Yes.
get Gloria Young?
Gloria
Oh,
Young,
sorry,
good.
Gloria.
Yeah, Gloria Young.
We have 22 and 4.
We have a
Great.
quorum.
Yeah, awesome. All right, this meeting is being conducted by a teleconference on the Zoom platform. The meeting is being recorded. The California Workforce Development Board is meeting here in Sacramento with satellite locations in San Francisco and Hawthorne. A link to the meeting agenda and board pack information can be found on the CWDB webpage at cwdb.california.gov under State Board Meetings and Archives. Public comment is now open and will be heard after each agenda item and again prior to adjournment. Public comments will be accepted via email at boardpubliccomment@cwdb.ca.gov or being recognized by myself. That's it on public comment. I'd love first to welcome new board members. We're very lucky to have one in person, Alicia Bell, who is of Redondo Beach, and she's been appointed to this board and just was sworn in this morning. So welcome. Bell has been president of the Unite LA since 2022, where she's held several positions since 2011, including executive vice president of Unite LA and vice president of education business coalitions in partnership with the Association of the Chamber of Commerce Executives and the LA Area Chamber of Commerce. She was vice president of workforce development and administration at Greater Irving Las Colinas Chamber of Commerce from 2007 to 2011. She was also a human resource specialist in the personnel selection branch at LA Unified School District from 2005 to 2006. An adjunct professor of industrial organization psychology at Pepperdine. And Bell is co-chair of the executive committee of California Stewardship Network, board member of California Forward, member of the California Jobs First Los Angeles County Collaborative Steering Committee, and University of Southern California Ed Policy Hub Advisory Board. You want someone to participate, you get a busy person, obviously. She earned a Master of Arts degree in Industrial Organization Psychology from Cal State Long Beach and a BA of Arts in Psychology from University of Southern California. So Alicia, welcome. Thank you. We also have two other new board members who are not present, Magda Menendez and Rex Richardson. And when at our next meeting, we'll do a full introduction of both of them. So exciting to see new people participating. We are going to turn now to our discussion of AI. We talked about this in the meeting in October and said, let's have a deep dive. As I shared last time, I've been leading and facilitating many discussions among business leaders, investors, and others on the rapid development of AI. The more people I talk to, whether I talk to people in law firms or consulting firms at McKinsey or some of these other places, they do say they are hiring fewer associates. In fact, most of the major law firms I talked to said they're hiring 1/3 of the associates they normally hire. They're doing the rest through AI. I also have led several conversations with Reid Hoffman, who was going to be here today, but it's his Master of Scales conference in San Francisco, so he wasn't able to make it, who takes a very, I would say, positive view of the potential of AI. He wrote this book, Super Agency, which I don't know if anyone's read it. This is my personal copy, so he made me a superhero on the back. You can see it on the screen there. He even put me in as a co-author, which it was only on this copy, so you can find that in the stores. But he really believes that AI will be the amplifier of human agency, not a replacement for it. He does caution for smart risk-taking. We need to invest, experiment, and innovate while also diligently designing guardrails, governance mechanism, and ethical norms. It will change jobs, and how we steer that change is really important, and that's why we're having this discussion today, so that growth, inclusion, and purpose are all aligned. I'm super pleased that we have some great participants. I'm going to start with Naveen Chadha. He's one of Silicon Valley's. Naveen, raise your hand and wave so we know where you are on the screen. Thank you. He's one of our most respected venture investors, and he's the managing partner at Mayfield Fund, where he leads early stage investments in transformative technology companies. His perspective on how innovation and AI are reshaping industries and that opportunities that creates for workers will help ground us in where capital and creativity are heading next. Naveen also, if you follow him on LinkedIn, he has a column called Founder Insights, and he has a lot of really great, he's really on top of it, incorporating even a lot of things World Economic Forum has been talking about related to AI. Next, we have Chase Lockmiller. Chase, if you can wave so we know where you are. He's the founder and CEO of Crusoe Energy, a company pioneering the use of stranded energy to power data centers and AI computing. His work sits at the intersection of clean energy, which has been, an important topic in the state, infrastructure and advanced technology, a critical vantage point for understanding the new jobs and skills that will power our digital economy. Next, we have Anton Lornak. Anton, if you can wave your hand.
Hi there.
Hi, great. He's a professor at University of Virginia who studies the future of work, workforce transitions, and how educational systems adapt to technological change. He brings a research-based view of what reskilling and lifelong learning will need to look like in the decades ahead. And lastly, but importantly, in this room, right next to Kaina here, we have Meredith Lee, who's the executive director of UC Berkeley's College of Computing, Data Science, and Society, where she leads efforts to connect cutting-edge data science and computing research with real-world workforce development and social impact. She's helping shape how education, ethics, and innovation intersect in the area of AI. So I am going to kick off the conversation, Naveen, with you. So as a venture capitalist, you're seeing early signals of where capital is flowing. What kinds of startups or technologies do you believe will most significantly change the nature of work, either by creating new job categories or displacing old ones?
Great. So first of all, thank you for having me here. It's a real delight and pleasure to be speaking with you all. For those of you who don't know Mayfield, let me start with the perspective on that. We are an early stage venture capital firm started in 1969. So we have seen, I would say, every technology wave that has happened. And every time there's a new technology wave, there is fear of job displacement. And to some extent, it happens, but at the end, humans win. So as far as I'm concerned, I believe like this AI wave is a 100x force. The past technology waves have been a 10x wave. And this is going to create opportunities for humans to make us superhumans. And the main reason is AI is going to democratize knowledge and expertise first. Second, finally, machines can understand human language. We can converse with them in the way we converse with other human beings. Either we can use text or we can use voice, and machines understand us and do things for us. So that's one 10x disruption that is happening. The second one, which is happening, is more on the back end, where with compute, memory, the availability of GPUs and AI accelerators, machines can now not only research, they can plan, but also take action and really act as digital companions for humans to really elevate our skills and augment the mundane things we have to do. So I strongly believe that there's going to be a reskilling that is going to happen. I was involved with the World Economic Forum last year, and we came up with a report that yes, there'll be job loss of around 90 million, but AI will create 170 million jobs. So you're talking anywhere of like 80 million jobs being created. And what they are, we are writing a series of blogs or publications on how, with some of the AI tools that are getting available, humans can do things which they weren't able to do. I'll just give a few examples. The first one is what we call AI teammates. These are digital companions that are built on agentic technologies. Coding is a good example. There are 30 million developers who know how to program today. With the advent of vibe coding, companies are named. I think there'll be 1 billion people who will be able to code, which will spawn entrepreneurship. It'll create new jobs. So that's one category. The second category is the
Naveen, just in
neglect.
that, do you think the 30 million who currently code, do they still have their jobs, or just the pool gets bigger?
The pool just gets bigger, and the reason is products are never complete. Developers are supposed to provide more products, and there's a shortage of talent. So if, like, for example, I used to write a blog or an article every quarter. Using AI, it got down to 1 month, then 1 week. Now I'm on 2 to 3 as a person who doesn't come from a writing background. So essentially, we're going to enter an era of abundance where more products, more things will come faster. And as a result, better things will happen. And then anybody who has an idea who was able to create a website will be able to create an application. So now we'll have 1 billion, 2 billion developers doing things that only computer science or people who are well versed in programming languages were able to do. So that's one end of the market. The second end of the market is there is 30 million neglected masses in the US, which is the small companies, home-based companies, which haven't been able to afford knowledge workers. Now, using AI, they will have a combination of AI as part-time workers. So whether it's home-based contractors, they don't have a receptionist, they don't have scheduling, they don't have a website. So AI will do this stuff, free up time for them to be able to do more work and increase their revenue. And as a result, they'll be able to employ fractional workers. So those are two examples that essentially come to mind. And then third, I think Chase will talk more about this thing. There is a hardware revolution which is happening. $7 trillion is going to spend in the hardware renaissance with the building of AI data centers. NVIDIA and others are leading the charge, but there's a shortage of talent. So essentially, the semiconductors and the hardware area is going to see a resurgence of jobs. And California is best suited to do that. A lot of these jobs migrated outside, they're going to come here. And so I'm very, very bullish about some of these things. And those are just 3 examples. I talked about today how in healthcare, with the advent of AI, new jobs are going to get created because shortage of nurses, shortage of doctors. Now, using AI, you can expand the pool. So this is an expansion opportunity. This is not a contraction opportunity. Yes, short term, there'll be pain, but people will have to retool themselves, the workforce, and they'll have to figure out how to ride this horse. At the end, humans are smart. We're not dinosaurs. We are the jockeys. So a lot of effort has to go into education, into reskilling and retraining the workforce. But I'm a bull. Eventually, as every
Nadine, you are
technology,
a bull.
yeah, and the thing is, every technology wave which comes, you see what has happened to America, and the same thing is going to happen now. So yes, short term there'll be pain, but I'm an optimist that long run things will get better. The more
Fantastic.
productivity improvements that will happen, the more profits will get created. What will you do with them? You'll invest more in product. You have to hire more people.
And
And
Naveen, we have just a quick question, and then
Yes,
we're gonna
please.
get tight because I
I'll
want
do
to get
one
to
really
Chase.
quick and then I'll kick it over to Janice. But the NVIDIA build out sounds a lot like a parable to what happened with Cisco and the dot-com crisis.
yes.
I'm wondering if there's any reflection as to how this is different.
You know what? Can I actually turn to Chase on that? So
Yeah, that'll be good.
yeah,
I think because
yeah.
he's building this thing, but high level, I'll let him talk and I might add my perspective after Chase goes.
Fantastic. Yeah, Chase,
Naveen,
if you could
wanna
answer
comment
that
on-
also, Chase, in context of, Naveen talked about all the infrastructure we're going to need. if you could do that also in the context of what that means for the future of jobs and energy sustainability and infrastructure, but go ahead and answer.
Sure. Maybe I'll just start with the question. I think people are often trying to make comparisons to historical examples we have for things, and the build out of fiber and dark fiber in the initial internet boom. Sort of expecting large customers to be there and expecting consumers to adopt the internet is often used as this analogy, and I think there's like a very key difference in terms of why this is a very different scenario than that. And the key difference is that people were building fiber speculatively. People were building fiber on a merchant basis, expecting that customers were going to show up and people were going to come and people were going to utilize that fiber to consume products and services on the internet. Now, people eventually did show up, but it took a lot longer than we thought, and there were a lot of bankruptcies in the middle there. What's different about this time is that you have the companies with the greatest balance sheets in the history of business, literally companies, trillion-plus-dollar companies that are making multi-decade commitments to this infrastructure. So there is long-term offtakes both from a data center lease capacity standpoint, a power purchasing agreement standpoint, GPU and other AI accelerator contracting standpoint, where they're betting, their balance sheets essentially that they are going to be there to be the offtake for this infrastructure, and they're going to be consumers of this infrastructure to provide valuable, intelligent services to the economy. So that's what I would say about that in terms of it's different because the fiber build out was like, we build it, they will come. This is like, they're here, they're banging down our doors, and they have a lot of money, and they wanna be the offtake. So the capital's there. That's not the issue. It really is a matter of power, infrastructure, and people to make this happen. And maybe I'll get into a little bit of what we're seeing in the massive opportunity, and why I believe this is one of the greatest job creation events in American history, certainly, but probably human history. And really this stems from the fact that, when you think about what's required for that $7 trillion build out that Naveen alluded to, and, I've heard different scenarios. I mean, certain conversations I'm in, believe me, or make me believe that, that number is actually going to be bigger. But what's required there is really, a number of different things ranging from, big physical infrastructure. So these are very large data centers. And data centers, honestly, is like almost not the right word. We refer to them as AI factories because they look a lot different than legacy, cloud computing based data centers. They are, they have different cooling systems. They're much higher density from a power consumption standpoint. And they're much more agnostic in terms of where they're actually located, which opens up a lot of new opportunities for the other big aspect that needs to be brought to market, which is the energy infrastructure to power this new computing revolution. When you look at like legacy data centers for serving the internet and the web, Northern Virginia is often considered sort of the center of the world for data centers. There's about 4.5 gigawatts of data centers that have been built in Northern Virginia over the last 3.5 decades or whatever, 4 decades. So that's like kind of where we're at today. If you look at the projects that are planned and being built, there are multiple projects that are bigger than that on a single basis, right? We announced a project we're building in Wyoming that will scale to 10 gigawatts, right? So it's 2x Northern Virginia. We're one company, privately backed, that's kind of building that. We have a project in Abilene, Texas, colloquially known as Stargate, that we are building today. It's about 1.2 gigawatts of power, basically to power that facility. I grew up in Denver. That's about the same power capacity needed to power the city of Denver. So there's a lot of energy required to make all of this happen, and when you look at the energy market today, energy and data centers are largely saturated, which means in order for AI to happen, the big tech community, the small tech community, the entire technology community is going to have to come together and actually bring net new energy, net new data centers, and net new infrastructure to bear in order to support this growth. And we believe there's a great model where these companies are actually bringing more energy to power this infrastructure than what they're actually consuming, because they have to engineer around sort of peak demand. And this results in more abundant energy that can ultimately lead to lower costs to ratepayers, and creation of massive amounts of jobs, because there's a lot of power plant and power infrastructure that needs to be operated and maintained. And then obviously a lot of job creation in terms of construction, development, and operation of these large scale AI factory facilities. Just giving you a couple quick numbers. Abilene, Texas, where we're building this first Stargate facility. Today, I have about 7,000 people on site working there every single day. We are, there's frankly like a shortage of folks because there's a number of other different campuses that we're focused on building.
Chase, just a question on that. Are those interim jobs that they're just there to actually build the infrastructure and then they'll move on?
Correct. So a lot of those jobs will not be permanent jobs. If you look at permanent jobs, it's roughly 2,000. I think the number I think the number we publicly released with Oracle was 1,700 permanent jobs operating that facility on a day-to-day basis. And a lot of this is technicians. These are very big and complex systems that cost tens of billions of dollars. And so obviously there's a massive tax revenue event that occurs from having one of these facilities in the local community, but also it's a huge job creation event and a massive stimulus for just local economic development and prosperity. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you so much. I'm gonna
Just real quick, I want to touch on real quick. This also doesn't count for the fact that we're actually manufacturing a lot of this equipment domestically here in the United States. And so this has resulted in us creating new factories to manufacture things like electrical switchgear, power distribution centers, a lot of the next gen cooling systems. And these are great industrial jobs that are in factories in places like Tulsa, Oklahoma, for us, and Denver. We'd love to have a factory here in California. We'd love to build one of these very large AI factories here in California, and create a lot of these, both near-term construction, electrical, plumbing jobs, and also long-term data center operation and maintenance jobs.
Great, thank you. Anton, to turn to you, when we talked earlier, what does current research tell us about the labor displacement versus the enthusiasm from our other participants and regarding the positive impacts of AI? And in your view, are we headed for a mass disruption, or will it be a gradual evolution?
Excellent question. There was indeed quite some enthusiasm. But I want to kind of start with the big elephant in the room. So right now, we have several of our leading AI companies that have a mission. And their mission is to develop something like artificial general intelligence. Now, I have, for example, the charter statement of OpenAI on my screen in front of me right now, and I will read it to you. The goal is essentially to create highly autonomous systems that outperform humans at most economically valuable work. So that means economically valuable work like what you and I and everybody in the room is doing. And right now, that's a mission, and of course, the systems we currently have are not anywhere near that. However, we are currently investing these massive resources that Chase and Naveen have already spoken about in getting there. We are investing more than during the Apollo mission to put the man on the moon. And, just in terms of everything that I have seen following these technological developments over the past few years, I would consider it a distinct possibility that they're actually successful at that. Now, labor market implications. I'm a card-carrying economist, and we economists have preached for centuries that we shouldn't worry about technology because technology always, even if it displaces some jobs, will create new jobs. This has been true in the past, but it won't necessarily be in the future. If AI systems, and that also now includes the necessity of robotics, which is advancing very rapidly, are able to perform most economically valuable work, and they can perform it cheaper, which is what it currently looks like, then there won't necessarily be a lot of jobs left for us humans as a more inefficient technology compared to that aspired goal of AI. So if they are successful, it will free up our time to better enjoy unemployment or retirement. And if we retrain for a new job, then that new job will be, by definition, also be able to be done by these AGI systems. Now, at this point, that's of course still highly speculative, but I think we really need to address the possibility that this may really happen. And we need to be prepared for that. So what I propose in a lot of my academic work, if we face this kind of fundamental degree of uncertainty, we need to engage in scenario planning. One of those scenarios is that, everything turns out like when we had a great technology in the past, like let's say during the internet boom, we have lots of new jobs, we have a little bit of displacement, but on balance, we as a society just become wealthier and have more plentiful jobs. But another possibility, and that's essentially what the bet of those $7 trillion chasing AGI currently entails, is that we will have very powerful AI systems and robotics systems that can do everything cheaper than humans can currently do it. And then things would look very, very different.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn the conversation to Meredith here in the room, and Anton, maybe you also want to do a follow-up on this, but how do we prepare our educational systems accordingly if what you just said is true?
Absolutely. Education and workforce development are very much top of mind, and I think connecting across many of the points that were mentioned. I will just underscore that from our vantage point, it is definitely unprecedented, the speed and the scale at which the technology development and the investments in AI is progressing. Right now, we're seeing a lot of focus, rightly so, on access to AI and understanding the really near-term immediate impacts, whether that shows up as AI integrated summaries when we just do a search on the internet, or as Naveen mentioned, a set of AI teammates that you didn't have at your disposal before, but are now able to be tasked on different things simultaneously. And really asking, how does that change the work that we do and how we approach that work? I like to think of it on different tiers, at the individual level, at the organization or business level, and then also at the community and societal level. There are a lot of difficult challenges and opportunities when you look at those and how they're intertwined. But as we collectively address those challenges and opportunities, I optimistically, maybe perhaps not as optimistically as Naveen, but I optimistically expect that we'll see a shift towards more multidisciplinary, multi-sector, really collaborative by design or necessity approaches. I think technology is an ingredient to that. I'm trained as an electrical engineer, and so what was mentioned about cutting edge infrastructure that Chase is building with, wind that isn't, normally used being reharnessed is really exciting. But right alongside the tech and the infrastructure, it's also the human behavior, the creativity, the agency and empowerment that we're seeing increasingly needs to be centered and really not an afterthought, hopefully. It's also the systems in which AI is tested and deployed, the governance, the communications, risk communications, and so forth around that. And so I think if you take a step back and look at this robust set of considerations for how do we get to where we want to be based on where we are now, it's no surprise that for us at UC Berkeley and also talking with colleagues, I see Chancellor Christian is here, and we love collaborating with the California community colleges, the CSUs, and other UCs. We're seeing that the introductory data science and AI classes are a launching point for our students. I was fortunate to be there at Berkeley when we started the first intro class, and it just skyrocketed with student demand going into many different areas, 60 or more different majors with connectors to economics, to political science, sociology, healthcare. It's really exciting. I guess on that side, I am very, very bullish and optimistic that our students have a wide range of pathways to go into. And some of the takeaways, I think, for this workforce development board is that there's really this compelling emerging opportunity to look across the state, to engage with experts, researchers, public and private sector, and see the different use cases and contexts where AI is being piloted and strengthened in terms of its usefulness, and finding those ways where we can have AI work for us and not against us.
Anton, I'm going to come back to you a second, but I want to turn the conversation quickly on this point to both Chase and Naveen. So Chase, within your own company, Naveen, across your portfolio, what kinds of workforce skills will be required going forward? And Chase, I know you've talked a lot about when you and I were talking in Aspen, you said people should go into trades. They should learn. Yeah. So if you could touch on that, that would be great.
I'll touch on that. So I think, Crusoe is a vertically integrated AI infrastructure business. So this means we have the hardware aspect of building, the land, power, steel in the ground, large scale data centers to, that operate these big clusters of GPUs. And also the software that, runs and operates these large clusters. So you can actually get intelligent results from all of these massive infrastructure investments. So to that end, we are a large consumer of a lot of AI tools, things like, some of the coding agents that Naveen had mentioned. We work with folks like Windsurf, Cognition, Claude, the Anthropic coding agent, Gemini, like a lot of the different tools that, are being offered by large labs. Are very useful for us to, accelerate our product development cycle internally on the software side. On the skilled worker side, so we have kind of this like bimodal distribution, and from our perspective, there's just a shortage of electrical labor. Like the amount of electricians needed to build out both AI infrastructure, electric vehicles, and electrification of many different industries, there's just a shortage. There's not enough people, and there's not enough people that are compelled to go into those things. I'm seeing this across, not just our company, but other new industrial technology companies, other new, climate tech and energy technology companies that are experiencing the same exact thing, just a shortage of trained, skilled labor. And I think, from my perspective, I'd love to see more of a greater investment in creating opportunities and pathways for people to, go down a career path of being an electrician, like not having to go get a 4-year degree at a college, but actually just going into, being an electrician, being a plumber, being a welder. These are great jobs, and we have a almost insatiable appetite to hire these people. there just aren't enough of them. And, that's something we're experiencing, to the tune of like many thousands of people and, soon to be tens of thousands of people that we're experiencing a shortage for. And, I'm, just a small company, in the realm of all this. So it's definitely like a huge shortage, huge shortfall, and one of the key blockers to AI infrastructure scaling faster, to energy transition happening faster, is actually the lack of skilled labor.
Great, thank you. Naveen, what about within your portfolio? What workforce
Yeah.
skills are needed?
Yeah, so I would say at any one point, we have like around 100 active companies. So I think the first advice we've given people is try to become AI native in every function, in every business role. Try to figure out how this AI is a tool which can make you better and free up time for you to do creative things or do things which are important and were never urgent. So that's one. Second, it is growth potential, because now you may not have come from the best schools, you may not have come from central casting, but if you learn these technologies and go out of the way to master them, you have a chance, because now knowledge and expertise has been democratized. So that's the second thing. And then third, this human computer interaction is now a reality. Endorse it and not be afraid of it, and ride this horse as much as you can. But the most important thing we are telling our CEOs is invest in education, invest in inclusion, invest in diversity, because everybody with this great equalizer needs to get a shot. It should not just be the Ivy League schools. There's so many good schools in California. If this gets into by the academicians and the universities into the curriculum, the amount of talent that will be available to do things just increases. And with all this talk about jobs because of cheap labor moving to offshore, it changes, because now you can have people here who can be near shore, use AI as a tool, and there's no need for doing those things. So that's what we are advising our companies on their workforce: broaden the talent pool, invest in education, make your companies AI native all the way, not from just from coding, but coding, test of the code, putting it on cloud, supporting it, making sure it's secure, marketing it, selling it, supporting it, finance, HR. How do you become a true AI native company and grow with the profits and the productivity you're creating? Do more with less.
Anton.
Easier said than done.
Yes,
But
yep.
this, by the way, is a 10-year roadmap. It's not going to happen in 10 months. But unless you invest and sow the seeds, we'll never get there. So no point in being afraid. Endorse this and start consuming it before start consuming it before it consumes you.
Got it. Thank you. Anton, if we shift to educational systems, which you've written a lot about, when we look at current higher education models, are they equipped to take it, the shifting in the workforce and workforce needs, and maybe what policy or pedagogical innovations do you see as essential?
In the short run, I do very much agree with Meredith and Naveen that AI fluency, being AI native, is going to be one of the great kind of amplifiers, force multipliers for workers. And it's not a particularly easy process. It comes very easily to many young folks, but not to everybody. And older workers are struggling with it. And in the short run, that's something that's going to be, I almost want to say, universally helpful for anybody who works in a white collar job. I do want to point out that in the kind of more medium and long run, again, there's tremendous uncertainty about it, but we have been preaching for decades now that we need more skills, more skilled workers, and so on. And it seems that this technology that is under development right now actually requires a lot less skills in some areas. And we need to rethink whether the lessons of, oh, we need to give everybody more and more and more education that we have been preaching in prior decades are still true. So I think, for example, what Chase mentioned, that if we do automate intelligence, the economy is, at least for some time, still going to need a lot of complementary blue collar work that is more valuable once white collar work can be done in large volumes and very cheaply by AI. That's going to be a very valuable prescription, I believe.
I would say it's not less skilled, it's just a different skill. Like,
It is
like we're not
more physical
teaching.
skills and fewer cognitive skills.
Yeah.
And AI will first automate the cognitive skills, and the physical skills are currently a little bit behind, but not much.
I might push back on that a little bit, just in terms of like, an electrician, it's not like a pure physical thing that they're doing. There are physical aspects, but they have to be very thoughtful about, when they're wiring these things up, how they're managing this. Like it's not like it's not
Yeah,
like
no, I absolutely
mark
grant
in
it.
terms of being
Yeah.
an electrician.
AR goggles are going to help a lot with that.
So this is to all of the, panelists. How do we think about inclusive innovation? Are we doing enough to ensure that underrepresented people in rural communities can benefit from the future of work rather than be displaced by it? And anyone jump in, Meredith, anyone?
Well, look, I think there's like two sides to this. One is like accessibility of the tools, right? I think a lot of the labs and platforms have done a great job of offering really compelling free products, right? If you don't do the paid version of ChatGPT, like the base version is like pretty amazing. So, it really is all you need is, access to a computer, access to a phone, some way to access the internet, and you can access just like a incredible amount of unprecedented intelligence that you can converse with, that you can learn from. All you need is a sense of curiosity and the willingness to actually learn. So from an accessibility standpoint, I think like AI is like an incredible equalizer in terms of providing accessibility to these tools. I think from an inclusivity standpoint on the labor front, there are just, on the blue collar side, like the jobs we're trying to hire to build these large scale AI factories, there's no discrimination, right? It's like there's just such a demand for people that are willing to, be a part of this, that are willing to roll up their sleeves and say, I want to help build the future of intelligent infrastructure. And there are just so many available jobs with some amount of training that you can that you can step into to be part of this. So I think I don't know if that's like what the numbers actually look like from a diversity and inclusion standpoint. Maybe we have to look at like how trade schools are recruiting or what's funneling into them. But I think it's like, if you want to make six figures and not get a college degree, like this is like the greatest, like I have a bunch of ways that you can do that. Like there's abundant opportunities for those that are willing to roll up their sleeves and do the hard work.
Yep, thank you. Meredith, or?
Yeah, I think to build on that, we've seen an increasingly wide range of on-ramps and different programs to support skill development. The ones that I've seen that seem to have some staying power and scalability really aim to meet learners where they are, having the flexibility to do more asynchronous learning, more modular, bite size, even tailored to what side bite do you want today type of approaches. We see a lot of excitement around our students for really active learning pathways, interactivity, where they can roll up their sleeves and really see, if I change this here, what does that look like? And I think a third element that often doesn't really get as much support, but is going to be increasingly critical is having on-ramps and programs that really build a sense of a cohort, of a peer learning community, of the scaffolding, so you can see a learner who's just 6 months to 12 months ahead of you, and then from there someone that is a couple of years ahead in that career ladder or spider web, if you will, because there's a lot of uncertainty right now that our students and learners from all backgrounds are feeling. And the more we can, I guess, to twist a little bit what Naveen said, don't be afraid, invest. I would say, don't be afraid, invest in creating those conditions and scaffolding for the individuals, for the small businesses, for the communities to learn at a pace that might be faster than what folks are accustomed to, but ultimately to thrive with that connected scaffolding and support. So that's one of the reasons we're so excited to see groups like Mayfield that partners with Berkeley around engagement with venture, so that our rising AI entrepreneurs can connect, often for the first time, with potential collaborators, investors, and mentors in that broader innovation ecosystem.
Thank you. Anton, I'd love to get your input because I know you have to go teach class in a few minutes.
Yeah, I think in the short run, we do have scope to basically devise technologies to be intentionally labor augmenting. And I'll give one quick example. One of the main modes of interaction of AI systems that has come out in the past few years is the chatbot format. And that is kind of by definition labor augmenting, because it requires a constant back and forth between the human user and the LLM generating responses. So that means the workflow of using these chatbots is by its design human augmenting. Now, on the other hand, if you look at the now rapidly emerging AI agents, those can operate on their own for much longer times. And so it means AI agents are kind of by design more of a substitute for human labor. And the more we roll them out, the more they can automate human labor. So in our technology choices, when we decide, for example, which types of systems we want to roll out, which types of developments we want to encourage, I think we want to keep in mind how complementary versus substitutive those are to human workers. And if we want the technology to be augmenting and complementary ultimately, then that would be the best path forward. In the long term, if we do develop AGI that is kind of by its nature, by its conception, something to displace human labor. And yeah, that would not necessarily be a very positive development for labor markets, depending on how we distribute the benefits of it. It may be a good thing for humanity, but it would likely not be a very positive development for labor markets. Labor would just lose the current importance that it plays in our economies. Thank you.
So based on the discussions that have happened so far, it seems like we're trying to understand what the future jobs will look like, but from all indications, it sounds like they're really going to be more of the durable labor, more of the project-based labor, more of the gig type work where you're taking joblets and not full-time, long-term, durable employment. What are those opportunities for more durable, like applicated worker advancement in AI space?
Well, maybe this didn't quite come across exactly perfectly, but there are a lot of near-term labor requirements. Like I said, we have 7,000 workers in Abilene. 50% of them are coming from Texas. The other 50% are being sourced from the other states, including California. So those are temporary in nature, although there is like a broader trend where it's like, as that job finishes, we have plenty of other work in other locations. So it's not like a one-off and done. But the other big aspect is that there are long-term operating jobs there, right? There are, 1,700, permanent jobs at that facility that will exist for decades, right? These are folk like technicians that are operating the campus, security guards, maintenance, all of when you think about these big systems, I know we kind of think about like AI as this inherently digital experience. It is a lot of big physical infrastructure to operate this. So, there are people like when a GPU fails, right? There are people that have to go in and replace it and, replace the tray and, manage the cables that interconnect the system. There are new power plants that are being built and operated that need to be maintained by mechanics, by technicians, by electricians. Just the fact that we have a more energy infrastructure will create more jobs to operate that energy infrastructure. You'll need more capacity from a grid operation standpoint. There's so many different like downstream effects that are not like directly on the site that are long-term permanent jobs to operate the infrastructure. So I just want to call that out, explicitly.
Naveen or Meredith, any comment on that?
Yeah, I think we have put out like 2 studies, and every month we're going to put out one. So for the reimagining of jobs in healthcare, we put out a post today on LinkedIn. So we talk about, hey, are in these areas, 4 areas, are jobs disappearing or are they evolving? Radiologists, nurses, doctors, and the hospital administrative staff. And what we found is from primary research, 5 kind of new jobs are being created. One is AI healthcare analysts that bridge the gap between clinical team and data science. If AI enters and you have humans, like who's going to put this stuff together? They're going to be medical data scientists that clean, curate, and analyze the massive data sets. There's going to be digital therapeutics coordinators who manage AI-powered treatment programs, because a human has to understand, what did this AI create? There'll be AI health workflow designers that integrate AI into clinical practice. For example, they might design a system where AI pre-screens chest x-rays for pneumonia, flagging urgent cases, but then the radiologist has to review what happened. And then finally, all this administrative work on medical records, AI coordinators, AI is going to do, but who's going to review it? So those were some of the examples we talked about. And then the bigger boom is in IT and engineering. Basically, 5 growth areas we talked about: AI product managers, AI ops engineers, AI cybersecurity, AI data infrastructure, and then vertical AI specialists. And this thing is just going to keep growing. And we even characterize the number of jobs that will be created. Think, when you had humans in the workforce, you needed humans to manage them. Now humans and AI will be together. AI can't complete all the work. AI writes code, half of it is buggy, somebody has to review it. There's security flaws in it, there are bugs in it. Then you do that. So there's just the whole workflow and the value chain is being reimagined. So that's what we have to go area by area. My next post is on education, how AI is going to create net new jobs in education. And I plan to do this in every business role. I might be wrong, in every vertical, and say, if AI happens, what does it do? And what does the human do? So you have to just retool what you do. You can't keep doing the same thing. Hey, Joanne, till when
Yeah.
is this supposed to go? I had till 11. I have a board meeting that I said I can run 5-10 minutes late.
Yeah, we said 11:15, but if you have to go, you have to go. So just let us know.
No, but I hope if there are any other questions, I can
Yep.
stay a few more minutes that are addressed to me. This has been a fascinating conversation. I'm happy to take them. But as you see, my viewpoint is more inclusive, more of an engineer mindset, and seeing how do we create a win-win. And then to an earlier question, I should give my perspective on what we should do to create equality and help people who need help. I think each one of the for-profit organizations has to give some money towards not-for-profit efforts. That's what Mayfield is doing. We are investing 1% of our profits and 1% of our fee for local communities in education to give them the tools and know-how. We call it the Mayfield Fellows, so that they can essentially go learn these things. So a lot has to be invested into education and opportunity beyond for-profit.
We'll have time.
Great.
We have some time
Yeah,
for questions.
yeah,
Go
questions.
ahead.
Go ahead, Janice.
Oh, go
Yeah.
ahead.
From the room, we're gonna go with Janice first, and then we'll go
Yeah,
with Stephen, and then Jeremy, do you wanna say something?
So I just had a couple of quick questions. Naveen, when you talk about the duration of short-term or short-term pain, what does that duration of time look like is one of my questions. My
It's
second
like at
question.
least 2-3 years till this settles, right? I'm a bull, 7-8 years. There's going to be pain with this stuff in 2-3 years.
Okay, and then when you think about retraining, what is and I got two questions, I'll just spit them both out and you can answer them. But what is the targeted population that we should be looking at retraining? Is it by age? Is it by job type? Is it by entire industries? And then Chase, you talked about sort of jobs that are, for lack of a better term, not durable, but they could be sequential, meaning they move from one area to the next area. So can you talk about sort of that shift in mentality that has to happen about a willingness of a population to move from area to area, and sort of what does that mean for
From
state to state for
over a short term
Yeah.
amount of time, right?
What does that look like?
I can go first because
Go
then
ahead.
I'll drop
I know
off.
you're time constrained. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so I think my belief is I went through the sharing economy where there was rise of the 1099 workers with companies like Lyft, Poshmark, Uber, Airbnb, Instacart. I think we have to go to people who don't have jobs but are willing to give 15 to 20 hours by learning these new technologies and fill in for where there is shortage of talent. Don't go after areas where there's no jobs, right? Nurses doing clinical stuff, 50, 60,000 jobs are open. Radiologists, jobs are open. Testers, jobs are open. DevOps engineers, customer support. There's a lot of jobs which are open. So why not go after people who are not full-time? And I don't think it's an age thing. If you look at the number of people who are Uber drivers or doing the pickups on Instacart, these are work from home moms. These are people who don't have jobs. So why not make this the great equalizer as an expansion thing so that more people can now enter the workforce? That's my vision. And I saw it with the rise of the 1099 economy. I think it can happen again. It can happen again.
Chase?
That's a good thing.
Is it okay, guys, if I drop off because I have to
Yes, thank you, Naveen.
go somewhere else, like a few buildings
Thank you.
across and walk?
Hey.
Thank you very much.
Thank
See you,
you,
Naveen.
Naveen.
Yeah.
Thanks.
My
Bye-bye.
best research too.
Yeah, so, I think there's a lot of different, if you want me to hone in specifically on that, like, what did you call it? Sequential jobs? Was that the statement?
Sure.
Okay, so, look, sometimes the jobs are in the same spot, right? So I think it's like, it's no different than a lot of other construction, developments where, uh, in Abilene, for instance, the first contract we had was for 2 buildings, right? So each were 103 megawatts, so, call it 200 megawatts. And then we did an expansion in the same campus, the same place that, took it to, 1.2 gigawatts. We're sort of evaluating further growth and expansion just in that region. And so this creates, opportunities for folks, not just in, the today and, for the next, 12, 18, 24 months, but, probably for a much longer duration period, as there is created sort of a sense of gravity, like all things being equal, expansion capacity for compute customers would prefer to be co-located in the same place, like, an expansion of what's existing. And so, from that lens, there certainly are hopefully more opportunities for longer periods of time, just, expanding the infrastructure needs and expanding the infrastructure demands. I want to rattle off some like numbers too. Like, what we're doing in Abilene is like kind of being, it's gotten a lot of press and it's this big project. It's 1.2 gigawatts. To give you a sense of the demand that's coming, like, Sam Altman in a recent blog published the fact that one of the KPIs he's targeting towards is he wants to get to start shipping a gigawatt per week, right? What we have in Abilene is a 1,200 acre campus. It's employed, thousands of people. It's taken, 11 months to deliver the first capacity. It's going to deliver over a course of, about 2 years. But he wants to do that every week, right? Just like that's the demand wave he's seeing. That's just current demand a tremendous amount of infrastructure. I think a lot of this also will happen increasingly in factories, right? So one of our modalities of building this is actually there are certainly like big on-site construction components where it's like you need steel in the ground, you need to lay foundation, you need, all of the conduit that interconnects the buildings, all these big physical on-site construction pieces. But a lot of the components, the guts of the data center, are these modular components that can be made in controlled manufacturing environments in factories. And you end up with these like Lego blocks, right? These individual building blocks that ship to site almost fully assembled. And for those jobs, the people making those things, which we're hiring for, they're going into the same place every day. They're working a shift and they are basically producing, a skid mounted switchgear or, a power distribution center, a hot aisle containment system, like all these different blocks that go into making the big data center. And those are great jobs and they're long lasting. We expect them to be there for a long period of time. There's consistency in terms of like day-to-day routine where, they're kind of just going into the same place.
Great, thank you. I'm gonna just turn it to Jeremy to make a comment, and then I know there's questions in both LA and San Francisco.
There are
so-
questions for Chase, for my lead question. I was gonna comment.
Yeah, I can stick around for.
So make your comment, make your
Okay,
comment.
I was just gonna,
And Jeremy, just for even Chase's benefit, let him know who you are.
Sure, Jeremy Smith. I represent the very construction workers, Chase, you're talking about here in California, the State Building and Construction Trades Council. We represent about 450,000 construction workers. And I was just texting Nicole, in Nicole's old job at the Manufacturers and Technology Association, she and I co-led the Get Real Coalition, Relevance in Education and Learning. And what Chase was saying was things we were saying 20 years ago. We need more workers who don't need to go to a traditional four-year college to have a middle-class livelihood. Electricians, as Chase mentioned. Chase, you mentioned your centers there that you built in Abilene. There were laborers and operating engineers probably on that job before the electricians got there to make the connections. And so we've been trying to say to as many policymakers as we can, you don't need to push this college for all, four-year college university style education for all. And we've begun to turn the aircraft carrier around, Nicole, right? It's gotten better. But there's a problem at the policymaking level where staff in state houses and elected officials in state houses, not all elected officials, it's not something that we're doing, but many of your colleagues think for a person, for a high school senior to have a real job, quote unquote, real job that pays living wages, middle class wages, they have to go to college. We have to turn that around at that most basic policymaking level.
Fantastic, thank you. If, do you mind if I just, okay,
No, go ahead. I got this.
yeah, if we could pop to LA, there's a question.
Good morning, everyone. Senator Small with Cuevas here. Just want to thank the chair for this really engaging conversation and dialogue. And I represent South Central Los Angeles, so I think there was something said earlier about how we shouldn't look at old analogies, but I have to make this analogy to South Central. Once the industrial muscle of Los Angeles County, of the state, we shifted that economy from an industrial economy, we deunionized it, we deregulated it, and the communities around it are still dying on the vine today. What replaced those jobs were service jobs, low-wage jobs. And here we were 40 years later, after the collapse of our industrial base, trying to raise standards for working people in the service sector. I say that analogy because we really need industry to understand that it is incredibly important. And I think I hear the very conceptual and short-term high road sort of view of where the sector is going. But I want to tell you, we in these communities have double-digit unemployment. We have compounded poverty. And these are basically the industrial families that were left behind. So my question is, how does the industry really adopt principles? And I think you said, Chase, that it's the trade schools that may have an issue identifying diverse and equitable kind of pathways. My experience as a legislator, but also as a workforce development person, is that it also is the owner. It is the intention of the industry that sets the principle and the standard that the trade schools, the contractors, the small businesses, that everyone follows. So I really want to stress the important role and power that you play in ensuring that we are creating quality jobs, that we are ensuring and answering the question for whom, that women and Black workers and immigrant workers, they have that opportunity to have access to those jobs. I heard Janice Norman's question, and I think about AT&T, right? AT&T was the crown jewel of our technological industry a few generations ago. Partly why these spreadsheets are so great is because, unlike AT&T, what we've seen is this really aggressive investment in innovation, which is phenomenal, but without the unionization, without the reinvestment in the social compact in terms of education, in terms of ensuring that, workers are trained and that these are good jobs. And when I say that from top to bottom. So, I say this as we fought and struggled with the budget to close the dots, but we also did some amazing things with our cap and invest policy, getting that signed. And I think this body is going to be critically important to ensure that those appropriations and those dollars get used to partner with business. We also passed SB 638, which the governor signed yesterday, that really streamlines our career training education programs and puts $150 million. We need industry to come to the table in a robust and dynamic and authentic, intentional way in California to do the exact things that you're saying. So I just want to say, I appreciate the conversation. I hope that we have more conversations. I hope we go beyond the dialogue and some of the rhetoric and we get to the tables that can bring this all to scale. We don't want a repeat of what has happened in South Central Los Angeles.
Yeah.
I think it's a lesson for everyone, and I look forward to working with you on it. I think that equity is important. I do have questions and I have to leave now because I've got to go sign the bill with the governor. Our reparations bill is being signed at 11:30 today. I think it's important too, right? Because this is a history. Here we are, 500 years later, dealing with unwaged, terrorizing labor conditions and trying to make and repair the harm. So just want to say, hope we can work together. Want to connect with you all, and really again to the chair and leaders of this board. Really important and relevant conversation today.
Thank you. Why don't we, Chase, do you have a quick comment?
No,
or
yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say, look, I mean, from our standpoint, the way we view it is like it's not my job to ensure equitable outcomes. Like what I'm saying is I have tons of opportunities, and for qualified individuals that want to be part of that opportunity, we are non-discriminatory. We will hire anybody that is qualified to, help us build the future of intelligent infrastructure.
It is. It's not.
Yeah. Yeah.
You said it's not your job to ensure equitable outcomes. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, no. It's not like my burden to be like trying to make sure that there's equal outcomes for individuals in the community. What I'm saying is like I have a lot of opportunities, and I'm willing to hire like tons of people to pursue those opportunities. They need to be qualified candidates, and so it's not like I guess like the burden of equity does not it's not what I'm offering is opportunities. It's
yeah,
not,
Chase,
ensuring an equitable outcome.
yeah, maybe I'm just gonna try to move this on,
Yeah, go
but
ahead.
there is I think there is an opportunity there. Jeff Weiner, who was the CEO of LinkedIn, said every single CEO he believes in this new wave of AI innovation needs to be spending 10% of their time thinking about how they create a more inclusive workforce.
Yeah.
And they need to come together and do that. So I'll pause there. Let's go to San Francisco with a question.
Actually, we have a comment and a question.
Go
My
ahead.
comment, building on Senator Smallwood-Cuevas's great remarks. I mean, and thank you for this discussion. It's really robust. It's really visionary. I just think it's important whenever we talk about the future of work to realize that the future is not inevitable, and the kinds of changes that we've heard today are not inevitable. We have choices, and I think we need to really look at the incentive structure for AI businesses, the incentive structure and rewards for the investment and deployment of capital, because we do have some choices about how it is used and how it may be used, and the discussion really brought it out today, to augment workers and make those jobs more meaningful and plentiful, or to replace workers and create, continue to create an underclass. All right, now our question. Okay.
Hi, Gloria Young from San Francisco, and I do appreciate this conversation. There's a couple of points that I want to make, and one is that I believe that as a member of the Workforce Development Board, and all of us needs to pay attention to what Anton said. I think that we need to do some scenario planning with respect to what jobs are available, what jobs that we should be spending our funds in training folks. When I think about, I was just last week at City Build here in San Francisco with Senator Pelosi, and there was a training session for Black and Brown women here in San Francisco in the construction area. And one of my concerns is whether or not that kind of work, including welding, will be available to our folks as we move forward. I don't know how many of you have heard of the company. I heard about it about 25 years ago, ABB, which is out of Sweden, that's been around for 140 years doing technology and AI. And one of the recent articles that I read, a business article, shared that ABB had partnered with Cosmic in Southern California, and their robotics was building the homes in Palisade. So we know that technology and robotics is moving fast. We know that those areas, and you can go to their website, it talks about the work that they're doing in welding and all kinds of the industries that we currently are looking at with respect to labor force. And so I think that we do, as a board, need to move forward with this conversation. I think this is the first step. I think that we need to have a robust conversation in terms of what kind of training we need. When I think about the data centers, I was at a water summit last week, and there's concern about our lack of water. And we know that data centers eat up a lot of energy. I'm involved with the Silicon Valley group, including Vent Surf, and a number of us are looking at areas with respect to how that affects us. And so I didn't have a particular question, but what I want to make sure of is that we don't allow this moment to be one that's just this conversation. So I think we need to move forward with a plan towards moving forward.
Can I quickly?
Gloria, that was, we're gonna have to move on because we have lots of other people here who are going to be participating and making comments. So unless you have the burning.
Actually, I have a question.
Okay.
Okay, this is more of a platform question, both basically for Chase and Meredith. So we are a company that deploys cybersecurity. We do a lot of AI cameras. We do license plate readers. So we're about half of our business is computer science people, Cisco CCIEs deploying those types of what we call higher end technologies. The other half of the business is deploying basically C10 electricians, journeymen, cablers, all of the plumbing that makes all of this stuff work. So the tools are very useful. They actually are extremely efficient. So one of the schisms that we found in deploying this is, first of all, to Naveen's point, because of this, we're able to write code for solutions that normally would be too expensive. And we got one piece of code that they use at airports, and it identifies empty wheelchairs so they can collect them so they don't delay flights. Now, that would have been too expensive to write a few years ago. But because we're using GPT on this, in particular, we're using Copilot, the programmers really like it. So the program people absolutely love this type of stuff. However, on the other side of the business, for our project management, which manages the construction piece, they like to use OpenAI. And in this case, what we do is we train it on, we use systemology to document, and then we run it through OpenAI. So when we run a project, we push it through to see if we can find efficiency, and it always does. So I've got a bunch of people that, I mean, I buy the commercial licenses, of course. I've even got a little segment of the business that wants to do DeepSeek because it's open source and they're just open source guys. However, we're finding these two different platforms and we're thinking that we're going to have to start training people. So I had a quick conversation for those of you in Southern California. Intech Center is run by Chaffey College, and talked to them about, hey, and their question is, well, what platform are you going to train on? So do you guys see a schism in maybe certain platforms are going to be good for certain skill sets and maybe concentrating our efforts on this? Or do we have to do just some sort of general training for the staff? And these things can happen fairly fast, which is nice. But I want to see from the panel if they're seeing certain things work better in certain environments.
I could comment. I think there are a number of tools existing or emerging, platforms, ecosystems, and so forth. And really, we're teaching our students, and a lot of our training opportunities are also open to the public. We're training about some of the fundamental ways to think about approaching a tool or a platform or an ecosystem, knowing that it's fast-moving environment. And so understanding the critical thinking, how to test, how to understand if it's slideware, as in that actually violates the laws of physics and probably isn't going to turn into a product. And the same conversation is happening around models. Do you need these very large frontier AI models or smaller, more bespoke for a given application area? And so I think it behooves a lot of the folks here to think about flexible, nimble ways so that interoperability is considered, that the translation from one approach to another is possible if things change, because I'm pretty sure things will change in X days, months, years. So that's sort of, we try to be very much open source in terms of providing transparency to look under the hood, to have dialogue around what's working and what still needs work.
I think that's a great way. Chase, I want to thank you for staying on extra long and providing so much valuable insight. When I asked Reid Hoffman, like, what inning are we in the evolution of AI? And he said, we're in the second hit of the first inning. So to your point, don't get wed to anything because it's all going to evolve so quickly.
Madam Chair, I
yeah.
did have
Yeah.
a question and comment that I wanted to make before we dismiss our panelists. Just a couple of things. One is that it's unfortunate that the senator had to leave because I did want to share with her, and I think it's important to say, as Jeremy said, in my former life representing an industry that filled that middle economy, those middle class jobs, industry is oftentimes not brought to the table. We're not part of the conversation. And Chaffey College, to mention them as an example, that's an anomaly of how well they work with industry. Good to hear that that's still continuing. But the system is not flexible enough. The education system specifically is not flexible enough so that we're actually training those individuals that we need and have interest in the skill sets that are employable. So that's important for us to think about. It's not that, industry doesn't want to be a part of this and doesn't have the jobs and doesn't want to bring in and be inclusive. We're oftentimes not brought to the table, and the skill sets that are needed for the industry are not translated into the actual training that's happening at the educational system. So I want to leave that on the table. The second thing I want to say is that, listening to this presentation, which, Madam Chair, thank you very much for this robust conversation and those who attended today. I think we as the Workforce Development Board really need to be thoughtful about how we approach this emerging industry and other industries that we are engaging in, because we can't take our perspectives, our understanding and knowledge about how career and work works into these new industries. Because even as Chase was explaining, this idea where there's going to be a lot of, maybe kind of, let's call it transient work or nomadic work opportunities for folks. But how does Gen Z, Gen A feel about that? We know, it was unheard of for my generation and those who came before me to do remote working. And now we're doing that with ease. We were told it can't be done. So there is a flexibility and a creativity I feel that Gen Z and Gen A have in how they approach work. So this might actually be the very thing that fits right in their wheelhouse. And so we shouldn't leave that off the table. I think we should be very thoughtful about how we design and think about the systems that we're going to design to govern this transition. Lastly, I wanted to say that there is a negative stigma that surrounds AI. So when we're talking about trying to get communities of color and young folks interested in these jobs, if we continue to have a negative stigma that defines what AI is and what it's going to do without hearing the things I had no idea. I didn't even think about infrastructure when I'm thinking about, how this economy is growing. So this is kind of a question for Meredith. It's like, what can we do? How can we dispel that negative stigma that I'm not going to put it to myself, that others have, placed on this growing economy, so that we can get young people interested in looking at careers in this area, as opposed to not wanting to touch it because there's a political narrative around it that doesn't support it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Comment on that? We love it when we hear stories of students who did not think that data or AI, STEM, any of this was for them, but they discovered an affinity and an aptitude for often data in a specific application area, whether that's environment or public policy and so forth. And I think it is incumbent on educators, workforce development leaders to be very thoughtful, as you say, in how we frame the opportunity to give the learner a choice. We do have a choice. I think that was Abby who said it. You're a little bit small on the screen, but +1 on that. We have a choice. The future is not predetermined. And so I think that's what makes it, scary and really an exciting opportunity. So we really feel it at Berkeley in our new College of Computing, Data Science, and Society. It's the first new college on campus since the 1960s. We have right on our front page that data, AI, all of this computing is for everyone. And it's incumbent on us to show some examples of what that looks like. And often the most compelling stories are when it's a student who did not think it was for them and is just empowered to do amazing things.
No, and I would say, I think it was very well said just about the robustness and adaptability of the workforce. And, when you go to, our campus in Abilene, you walk around, the facility, just there's a palpable energy and excitement for everybody that's working there. The fact that they are playing a role and having a hand in building the future and building the infrastructure and making it all possible. Like, AI wouldn't be possible without these infrastructure solutions. And, people have uprooted their lives to kind of go there. And I think there's a lot of, they're being very well financially rewarded for being a part of it. I think they take a lot of pride in being part of building this out and really playing a role in, advancing humanity forward. So I do. I do appreciate the comment just around, maybe there is like more adaptability than maybe we give it credit for, especially with the younger generations and willingness to go to different places. So thank you.
Thank you, Chase. You're welcome to stay, or we could transition. We're going to transition actually in the room to Chancellor Christian.
There's one more procedural thing that has to happen.
Sorry.
With a discussion, and Emily, is there any public?
Any public comment? Sorry about that.
There is no public comment on email or in the chat. Is there any on?
No.
No, I'm monitoring the Zoom.
Sorry.
Thank
procedural.
you. Sorry, had to do procedure. Chase, you're willing
No
to
worries.
stay? If not,
Thank
can we
you,
just
Joanna.
give Chase a quick round of applause? Thank you.
Thanks for having me. Look, we're hiring a lot of people. We think this is a major trend, and we'd love to, partner.
Temporarily.
Not a trend
What's that?
now.
Yeah. Thank you, Chase.
All right, guys. Take
All
care.
right, thank you.
Bye.
Chancellor Christian, thank you for being here in person, and we'd love to hear from you.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I probably need to peel away at about 11:45 because I need to catch a flight. Great discussion. I mean, I was just blown away by The Economist and all of the different issues that have been raised, and just grateful that when the leadership thought about AI, you thought about inviting the California community colleges. So thank you for that. So for those of you who are trying to place the work that we do, I would say think of our connection with industry, and thank you for your comments, Nicole, because it's absolutely critical for our community colleges to be with the rhythm of industry as you're leading innovation R&D work. We need to be right at the table because we need to influence the curriculum that needs to happen, not after innovation goes to market, but ahead of time. So we're working in partnership. So that's one big area of connection with the California community colleges. The second area is with the workers, because the workers rely on their community colleges to keep up with upskilling and keeping up with the new regulatory changes that are happening that could impact the technologies that are coming out into the market. So we have an obligation to make sure that we're taking care of the worker in their long-term economic mobility trajectory. So it's not a one and done job. Okay, there's going to be economic development and construction happening in a certain place. It's not about that one job, but how do we make sure that that worker is taken care of for the next job and the next job? So that's our commitment to the worker. And then our third group that we're committed to is our community. So issues like equitable, when it comes into the picture, you think of the community colleges, because it's our responsibility to make sure everyone in the community has real access to the opportunities that are being built. Because real access doesn't happen by accident. It happens by design. And think about the investments that California has made in the 116 colleges and the 80 centers that are in remote areas. When you go to Lassen, when you go to the eastern part of California, you're going to find a community college there serving communities who may not be able to access education in any other way but through their community college. So we take that community commitment and equity very seriously. So coming to the conversation of AI, our Board of Governors, or a 17-member board appointed by the governor, did 3 things right off the bat in 2023. I was appointed in February. I started my job in June. And in July of 2023, the board did 3 things. Number 1, it established in one of its 3 strategic directions. And so you can imagine the weight the board put on AI and the future of teaching and learning. And you can't underestimate the power of signaling the entire state of California, the community colleges, that AI is happening, folks. Boards in our community colleges, presidents, chancellors, faculty leaders, and classified leaders, we are counting on you and all of you to build the structure for professional development to be able to engage with the AI technology. So that was in 2023. The second thing that the Board of Governors did was to establish a digital center for innovation, equity, and transformation in a single breath, giving value to innovation and equity together, and creating the sandbox for faculty to be able to experiment with confidence that the work that is being done is being safeguarded with guardrails that was established by the Board of Governors under the principles that spells HUMANS, humans. So if you take each of the letters, there is a principle behind it. One of the principles is on data privacy and data security, because if you're bringing in over 2.1 million Californians, that's the number of students we serve. If you're bringing in that many students into the conversation of engaging with large language models, we need to be providing assurances about data privacy and data security. So that is a huge part of the conversation within the California community colleges. And I think one of our legislators talked about policy. I mean, this environment is really ripe for debate and discussion and coming up with regulatory guardrails and policies to support innovation, and at the same time taking care of the workers and the humans that are going to be impacted. I must mention, when Meredith talked about the new school, I thought Berkeley was forward thinking in creating a school of data science and society together, which really symbolizes what our economist Anton was talking about, right? If we're going to have a world where you have agents, not bots, but agents really doing a lot of the work, we need to figure out how do we support humans in that realm. But that's a conversation not necessarily for the California community colleges to drive, but to be in partnership with all of you at the table. So let me give you some specific examples. I gave you sort of the 3 overarching principles that our board put out very clearly to our colleges to say, hey, AI is here, we must engage, because if we don't engage, the development is going to be without a larger segment informing the direction of the development. So let me give you some specific examples. One of our speakers talked about AI fluency. Whose responsibility is it to promote AI fluency? It's all of us, right? So in the California community colleges, since we are an asset to the state with $19 billion sort of flowing in, we feel we too have an obligation to play a systematic role in AI literacy. How do we define AI literacy for the 31 million Californians at a very basic level at the California community colleges? We're saying, number 1, every Californian needs to know how to prompt intelligently, but also how to verify. Because when we're living in a society and we are promoting civic engagement and democracy, verification is also extremely important, because there's so much of machine-generated content that we need to be able to know what is authentic. And that skill is extremely important. So we are using multiple strategies to accelerate the AI literacy work that we've undertaken. Of course, we have online short-term 5-hour courses, 9-hour courses, but we're also tapping into the service core, college core idea that the governor had put out many years ago. We have embraced it. And we're saying, okay, yes, the state is invested, but how can we repurpose dollars within our system that's already there to do college core extended to promote AI literacy and have our own students out there creating workshops for communities. So I completely had agreed with the comment that we need to get the word out there about AI, and folks need to start engaging. If not, our colleagues, our friends in our communities are going to be left behind. A second place that I want to talk about is workforce development. We have our vice chancellor sitting here. I'm sure he wants to jump in, but he's going to get his word in at another time. It's workforce development is our responsibility, is part of our mission. So when you talk about, I loved the emphasis that skills labor is even more important. But that work is also getting impacted by AI. When you're looking at nursing, which is what we do at the California community colleges, or you're looking at welding and so on. And I also want to acknowledge our building trades partners. The work that is being done is absolutely important. And at the community colleges, we want to partner on the apprenticeship framework of looking at learning is happening. I mean, apprenticeships are a gold standard of education, learning and earning at the same time. So how do we in academia recognize that gold standard learning that's happening with an apprenticeship? So we need to integrate by recognizing that learning with credits. So credit for prior learning is a huge initiative within the California community colleges. And the only way we can make this work is through partnerships. And that's a large part of the work that we're doing. So we're bringing in new communities like working Californians who might be in home healthcare, recognizing their skills through career technical education credits so that they get into pathways. And once they get into pathways, they first get their first certificate. Then we move on to an associate's degree, and then potentially a baccalaureate degree. Another piece of very concrete idea is our partnerships with our technology companies, both big tech and small tech. So when you're talking about big tech, we have partnerships with NVIDIA, with Google, with Adobe. In fact, we work with IBM, and many more. And we worked with the labor agency. I see Abby Snay here and Javier. We partner with Stuart Knox, the labor agency, and we have also the governor's office. I see Michael Riafe, who was part of a lot of the work, and now Livia. So the way we are approaching it is trying to lock arms with state agencies to come up with a very cohesive approach so that the sum is the whole is more than the sum of its parts. So I'm very happy about that work. So what are we doing through these partnerships with Google, for example? Let me give you a very concrete example. Google has certification programs like data analytics, like cybersecurity. So similar to the work we're doing with apprenticeships and with the building trades, we're also partnering to be able to give credit for Google certificates. So if someone goes through the Google certification, we are not saying, hey, we are academia. We're saying, hey, wow, this learning has happened. Let us articulate that with these courses. And by using AI to identify the learning outcomes, we can accelerate it and not have human. It's grueling work to be able to look at alignment and mapping. So we're looking at AI to help. So the whole certification, we're right now entering into a partnership even with Coursera to see how we can bring their AI suite into our curriculum so it's available, because we are in every community. So the minute we articulate it in the chancellor's office, we're able to fast track it and have it available to our local communities. To wrap up my comments, there's so much I want to say, and thank you for inviting us. But I will wrap up by saying that we in the community colleges are thinking about, with the jobs moving so very fast, our policymakers need to really keep up with what this looks like if we still want to have a vibrant human society partnering with AI, right? So when we come at it from that lens, we are looking at a few new additions to how we are thinking about a student in the community college who gets a certificate degree. We're thinking about agency, because yes, we can bring in specific skills, but the student needs an agency, a resourcefulness that they can adapt what they're learning to this very fast-moving work. And how do we create that sense of urgency, agency within the students, that critical thinking and the communication? In fact, again, Berkeley has this new curriculum called the Game Changer curriculum that we're looking at bringing in. So that word of agency, and particularly for our first generation students, to be resourceful, to have an attitude to engage with this world of work that is moving so quickly. So in addition to agency, we're also promoting the idea of internships, okay? So the large scale internships. And let me give you an example. There was an article in the New York Times where this student from Purdue University, okay, her name is Manisha Mishra, completes a bachelor's degree in computer science, and she's not able to find a job. And we've been talking to students who've been graduating with an associate's and a bachelor's degree, one from San Jose State University, who's a transfer student from Peralta, and she is not able to find a job, and she's got a bachelor's in computer science. So the idea of creating the internships with industry partners needs to become a way of life in California. I think that is so essential. And we're defining internships in a broad way. That is apprenticeships, projects, service learning is another part of how we're defining, work-based learning as a large umbrella. So we are starting to move it. We're trying to bring it on as, could this be a mandatory requirement for an associate's degree? Could it be mandatory, for our community college bachelor's degree? What does that look like? And what do policymakers see? If there's subsidies to, and Abby talked about incentives, can we incentivize internships and work-based opportunities? Because that develops the relationship between our industry and their future workers right then and there through, and education can be at the crux of it. So grateful to the Workforce Development Board and for your work on this. And we would love to be partners in this AI space as you continue to think, as you continue to wrestle, and as you continue to develop policy recommendations for all of us to consider. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Is there a comment or a question from LA for the Chancellor before she leaves?
Well, I just had a comment in general. I really appreciate the Chancellor's comments. We work closely with community colleges, although I would argue that you've seen one community college, you have one community college. So, and I know you're quite aware, great to see high level direction, but hopefully it filters down to the local community colleges that we deal with. I did want to make a quick comment about just more down to earth, and I really appreciate all the speakers and the conversation. Just about healthcare in general, clearly, maybe AI is in the early innings, but we've seen the effect in healthcare training already. We're always behind in training when it comes to delivery of healthcare. It moves much faster than we do. It's been that fact for many, many years. But we train a lot of coders in healthcare, and those jobs are going to be phased out. Many of the tech positions in allied health are going to be phased out by AI. Clearly, this has a detrimental effect. Yes, there are going to be some new jobs, some new analytical jobs, but the panacea is not there right now. And the real issue is really loss of the kind of jobs that we've been training for the last 5 or 10 years. So I just want to leave 2 thoughts in terms of where we sort of go as a workforce board and things that we could get our hands around a little bit. One is really changing the rules around apprenticeships. Our apprenticeship model is still based on building trade apprenticeships, which is fantastic for building trades, but not fantastic for healthcare, not fantastic for clinicals and internships and all the rules. We're always trying to put a round peg in a square hole. And we really need to work on changing the apprenticeship rules to make it work for the other industries, I'm sure for AI included as well. And number 2, and really critical into the chancellor's comments, unfortunately, credit and degrees is important in healthcare. We still suffer under the image of people want to make sure their providers are qualified and they look at degrees that they have. But for our diversity and equity, we start at the community college level. We start with articulation agreements, and we moved right through to 4-year colleges. But there is not a huge amount of cooperation between community colleges and 4-year schools. And that's something that our workforce board and our state leadership should really be working on with our leaders from both the 4-year schools and the chancellor from the community college to make sure there's added cooperation and they really take a really good look at the kinds of requirements and that we need and the cooperation between the schools. So thanks for the comments.
Thank you very much. Chancellor, hope you have a safe flight. Thank you so much for being here with us. We're going to turn the conversation over to California Policy Lab. We have Till von Wachter and Ben Hyman. I don't know which of you is speaking, but.
Yeah, great. It's me. Thank you so much. Let me just share. I have a few slides for you all. All right. Can everyone see this?
Yep.
Great. So thanks so much. I was going to say good morning, but we're almost at noon here. Thanks for inviting us. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to present to the board and contribute to what's been a fruitful discussion. So I'm Ben Hyman. I'm a labor economist and senior researcher at the California Policy Lab, working with our labor team at our UCLA site. And today I'll be providing a short overview of our lab's current reading on the early evidence of the impact of AI on the labor market and implications for California's workforce policies, adding some concrete numbers and context maybe to our previous conversation. So for those of you that aren't familiar with our work, the California Policy Lab's mission is to generate research insights for government impact. And we do this by forming lasting partnerships with California agencies such as yourselves to implement rigorous research and program evaluations using the power of statistical techniques and administrative data. And so while the lab spans our UC Berkeley and UCLA sites, the labor team is mostly based out of UCLA. So turning to today's topic, here's a quick overview of the main points I'll make, some of which we've already discussed. I'll start by emphasizing how the speed of AI's technological development has been unprecedented with respect to previous technological changes, and how this has led to a growing urgency to understand AI's current and predicted impact on the labor market. The concern about AI is partly motivated by past experiences with automation and trade. Although many industries grew with these new technologies, many workers in the economy were displaced and never really recovered the wages they once earned. Thus, the past kind of suggests that there were both winners and losers from new technologies. And in the context of AI, I'll emphasize that who benefits and who loses out may be very different this time around. So this makes understanding and evaluating the role of labor market policies in today's environment particularly important. And generally, in this debate of how concerned should we be, I'm going to argue that the early data points to some justification of this perceived urgency. So to start off, AI technology has advanced with remarkable speed in recent years. In July 2025, ChatGPT was used by more than 750 million people, or about 10% of the world's population. And that's just one tool. And so to underscore this, on the left, we're showing you a plot using Google Trend interest data, where the blue line shows the rising interest in the past several years since the release of ChatGPT 3.5 in November 2022, which most point to as the breakthrough moment in the technology that made it more accessible. So compared, for example, to the release of the iPhone in 2007, the speed has been, unprecedented. And then on the right, I'm showing you evidence on business use of AI from a census survey, a nationally representative census survey with over 1 million businesses reporting, which measures the share of businesses reporting AI use in the past 2 weeks. And what you can see here is that first, AI use has been rising. It's at about 8 to 10% firms as of February 2025. And then second, California is always sort of just a jump above the nation on average when it comes to AI use. So if AI has strong effects on the labor market, you'd expect to see it in California first. So now in terms of who benefits and who loses, we're starting to see evidence that AI benefits workers that have more experience and tenure that may make them a bit more critical to the firm, whereas younger cohorts of worker don't seem to benefit. So this is different from past automation and technological changes, which were described as having a skill bias, benefiting those with more cognitive skill training and maybe a 4-year education. So the plot on the left here shows you the change in employment for more junior versus more senior workers since the rollout of ChatGPT. And what you can see is that while employment among senior staff has continued to grow among firms, there's been a slight decline in employment among more junior workers at these same firms since ChatGPT. So for example, junior analysts may not be hired at the frequency that they were 5 years ago, whereas more senior systems engineers might continue to see kind of stronger employment growth. Now, about 20% of ChatGPT use can be described as being used for innovative work activities, while 80% sort of still resembles these glorified search engine types of activities. So these include things like practical guidance or seeking information or just using the tool for writing assistance. And the question is this 20% enough to make a real life impact? Well, it turns out that maybe. So a recent paper from another group of economists analyzed the rollout of ChatGPT using firm payroll data from ADP, in which they also knew the occupations of workers. So what they found is that AI has slowed down hiring, but only for early career workers and in specific occupations like software developers or customer service representatives. So for example, on the left, we see the change in headcounts, firm headcounts for workers of different age groups since GPT. And what you can see is that 22 to 25-year-olds have about a 20% lower employment rate as customer service representatives today as they did even 3 years ago. And that's likely due to some of what we were discussing before, the introduction of chatbots and agentic AI replacing that kind of work. Now, this doesn't mean that customer service representatives or software developers are being laid off per se, but what we do know is that at the very least, hiring at the early career stage is really slowing down for those occupations. But by contrast, the same young demographic group is actually thriving in other parts of the economy, such as health aides, which is relatively unexposed to AI. But you could also replace this with what we were talking about earlier, Chase's electricians working in data centers. And this is kind of more representative of the trend on average in the economy thus far. So the question here is kind of, can those that are negatively impacted by AI on the left either get the jobs of the future in those same occupations by upskilling in these sort of AI certification types of programs, or can they successfully move to the occupations that are either kind of AI immune or AI complementary, but not necessarily like AI intensive in their use of the technology? So to begin to make some traction on that question, our team at the California Policy Lab ran a national pilot study where we analyzed WIOA training participants compared to a matched control group of Wagner-Peiser service recipients who only received job search services. So the red line here is basically showing you the causal effects of training on earnings for workers who were highly exposed to AI prior to training, while the blue line shows the returns for low AI exposure workers. So the results show that in the quarters after exiting training here on the right, while both groups had kind of strong returns to training between $1,500 and $2,000 additional dollars per quarter, those that were already exposed to AI prior to training had lower returns. So again, that's the red group. So this suggests that there are opportunities to assist workers in what training programs to choose and to structure training programs, including things like prompt engineering certificates, which are actually in this data, more optimally for the future of work. So to wrap up, we're just starting to see the beginnings of AI's impact on the labor market for specific occupations and younger cohorts, but there are many unanswered questions that warrant more research. So how will AI's losers and winners fare? Will job losers adjust to AI work, or will they have depressed employment rates and lower earnings moving forward? And conversely, how will AI's winners fare? So in terms of California's workforce programs, can unemployment benefits and job training, help? And should they be tailored or redesigned for AI displaced workers, given these kind of different demographics of who's affected? So these are questions that we're actively analyzing and hope to receive your input on soon. And finally, it bears noting that California is sort of the ideal test case to study AI's impact due to its size, its data, and proximity to AI, but also as well as its track record of using innovative data to tackle these public policy questions. So we hope that you continue to pursue these important questions moving forward. And I'll leave it at that and look forward to more discussion.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Ben before we move on to Olivia from the governor's office? Any questions? Okay, Olivia.
Great. Thanks, everyone. And Joanna and Kinda, thank you for having me and for convening this really critical discussion. What an enormous undertaking for all of us. I think many of us have lived through many points in time of technological transition, and this one really feels fundamentally different from what we have seen before, both in terms of the pace of adoption, the pace of potential disruption, but also the opportunity that presents for our workers and our businesses. And I think we can hold both of those concepts at the same time, right? That there is enormous opportunity with respect to AI and our firms and competitiveness and what AI can bring. And there are enormous risks for our workers and workforce and frankly, our state and the fisc, both for California and also for the country. And it is incumbent upon all of us to really work through what those challenges are, how to best manage them, how to best support our workers and workforce, but also our firms in this transition so they are able to fully leverage the opportunity and remain competitive in the long term. And I'm so grateful you had Chancellor Christian here. The community colleges are doing incredible work in this space and I think are uniquely positioned because they are in communities across California to really be foundational to some of our responses, especially with respect to the majority of workers in California who are not college educated, but may want to upskill themselves and may want to find new opportunities which AI can present. So I'm gonna pull us back a little more towards the macro and the areas that we're thinking through in the governor's office and would love to take some time and question. You all are experts in your respective fields and it's going to take all of us to think through both the known unknowns and the unknown unknowns of what it's going to come in the future. In terms of my role, I advise the governor on workforce, on economic policy, and also in education. And so I am uniquely placed as the three-legged stool of all things that make the economy go. And I am really grateful for the opportunity to be working for the governor at this time, in particular in the AI and workforce space, because it really is going to take all of our institutions to make this transition as smooth as possible. It will be choppy. We know it will be choppy, but it can be less choppy if we do our jobs right. With respect to education, both in TK-12 and making sure that that our young people understand AI, understand how to identify deep fakes, how to identify fake content and information. We really missed the boat on social media, like really missed the boat on social media. Let's not miss the boat with respect to AI, which has the potential to be probably exponentially more disruptive in those types of spaces. With respect to community colleges, to four-year institutions, how are they, and everybody is really thinking through this, how are they working to make sure that they are emphasizing, frankly, the first principles of education, which is critical thinking skills. Like, how are we creating thoughtful consumers of information? How are we supporting workers in being able to be creative in kind of their future roles? And also, how are we bringing in members of the community to provide them the resources they need to upskill themselves or learn new skills or different skills as we're seeing this transition? So Sonia and Anthony have been leaders in this. The CSUs are doing a ton here. The UCs are doing a ton here, all with respect to the specific constituencies that they're working with, right? So the UCs are considering, how are we attaching policy, how are we attaching credentialing to those that already have a four-year degree, or for those that are seeking a four-year degree, so that they have more practical on-the-ground experience to then take to an employer. The community colleges have a very different mandate, that it's going to take everybody to work together on those items. With respect to the labor agency, and Abby has been an incredible partner, as has Stuart, on the questions that we're facing on how are we looking to our current systems to make sure they're fit for purpose. I think many would argue they're not fit for purpose for a regular recession and for kind of the normal course, and what we might see in the future could be much more significant. We're already seeing an increase in the long-term unemployed. We are seeing an increase in the long-term unemployed for those with college degrees, which for me is a red signal that there is a real issue that is potentially being masked by some of the other investments we're seeing in AI that's keeping the economy going and GDP humming while you have underlying structural challenges in the workforce space. We all lived through 2008, where people became incredibly disconnected from the workforce, and it was really challenging for them to get back in. How are we building our systems to keep people connected so that even if they're not in the formal workforce, they are not losing skills, they are not losing connectivity to community that then make it exponentially harder for them to get back in when an opportunity presents itself. With respect to firms, firms have a huge role in making sure that they are engaging with their workforce and supporting their workforce. As you all know, it's really expensive to hire an employee, and it's really expensive if you lay somebody off, but then need them back. And so are there ways for us to support firms through this transition so that they keep their workers, can reorient those workers towards new models? Another area is, how are the AI companies marketing themselves, right? It's not just what the firms are asking for. If you as an AI firm aren't quite there with respect to some of the opportunity applications of AI that are really good on efficiency, you're going to be marketing efficiency. And that could potentially lead to job losses in a way that doesn't actually make sense for the long-term health of a company. In my personal view, if you are just going towards efficiency and reducing costs and not looking at the other ways in which AI can support your business and augment your business and increase R&D and increase market opportunities for yourselves, you're kind of missing the boat in terms of what AI can bring to you. It's not just kind of a more advanced Excel, right? It's actually like foundational to the way in which you could potentially run business in the future and have opportunities in the future. And our competitors are not asleep at the wheel on this, right? So if all firms in the US are going towards the efficiency model, and firms in some of our strategic competitors are looking to the opportunities, They might not be eating our lunch in a year or two, but in 5 or 10 years, they will be, because we will have not been investing in ourselves in the way that we need to. And that is an enormous long-term risk for us as a state. I think California, just because of our orientation, is less at risk of that, frankly. But the big guys are going to take care of themselves, and our small and medium-sized companies don't have the time or energy to really think through that. And so what are the resources we can be providing as a state? What can we be doing collectively to support, in particular, our SMEs in this transition, so they are able to reap the opportunities that come with some of the more advanced potential applications for AI. I really welcome your partnership. We are working through really big challenges here. And as I said at the top, it's really going to take all of us to work through this in a way that that provides the minimal level of disruption in what is a very disruptive time. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Lydia. Is there a question, comment from LA?
Yes. Yes. Hi, Hillary Lentini. I've been on the board for about 7 years now, representing the small business perspective. I actually had my hand raised because I had a question. The satellite offices, Madam Chair, need a little more time to react so that you know when we have a follow-up question. I do have a question for Ben, but first I would like to thank Deputy Cabinet Secretary Shmavonian for really putting your lens and all the power you have from the governor's perspective on the small businesses in our state, because we are the ones who statistically are creating more jobs than any other Fortune 1000 firm in the state. My follow-up question for Ben, that was a fascinating presentation. I hope we can have more conversations also, Madam Chair, on this topic, maybe every agenda item for now, because I think we also need to address some of these issues that have come up from a policy perspective. Back to finally my question, Ben, I think it was maybe the penultimate slide or maybe the slide before that. You had talked about exposure to AI before and after training, and it was really interesting to see that those who previously had experience with AI were less successful. Could you speak a little bit more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, it's a great question. So I think, there's an issue for those that were previously exposed to AI, whether they're actually deliberately trying to adjust by picking up the skills that would make them more AI proof or AI compatible in the types of jobs that we would call, labor augmenting jobs. Or if instead, by virtue of being highly exposed, they're actually either re-exposing themselves or just facing frictions in adjusting. And so I think what we're trying to do moving forward is get more information on the specific training programs, as well as the kind of the occupations, to try to figure out, if we split this by workers, that we're actually targeting what we're calling, AI integrator roles, or chatbot manager, or AI prompt engineer, the new types of roles that are emerging. Can they adjust to those roles, or will it be more the case from the earlier panel that, it's the supporting type of more vocationally intensive work, the electricians, et cetera. I think it's an open question, and we're trying to do this a bit more deeply in California moving forward with the great data that we have here. Yeah, not sure if that fully answered the question, but.
I think you did. Basically, you're not sure either, and it might have something to do with the training itself. So you're looking at that deeper.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, and it would also be interesting to know if there's some kind of age disparity too. Maybe those who think they know a lot that there is to know, are they younger or older, and are they resistant to learning more?
Right. And I should mention that, this is within the WIOA program, right? So the income distribution is not like the white collar apocalypse that's been sort of highly spoken about, but this is kind of more shifted toward a slightly lower income group. But they tend to be relatively balanced in terms of, were they high or low AI exposure before, in terms of what their prior incomes and education levels looked like even.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
just to add to that, I had a fascinating conversation with David Otter yesterday, who you might want to invite in the future. And he's been doing some research based on the type of AI exposure. So is AI commodifying the work versus AI augmenting the work, and the outcomes with respect to both employment and wages could be quite substantial depending on the way in which that type of employment is exposed to AI. So like, not to add added complication, but AI exposure is like not ubiquitous. And the same level of AI exposure could mean very different things in terms of outcomes and wages based on kind of like where it hits in terms of the work that it is supporting.
I'm just curious, does that relate to the studies that have shown cognitive decline when folks are relying on kind of the AI tools as opposed to interacting with them?
We didn't get into that, so I don't know, but that's a great question.
Yeah.
I
Any
know
other
one-
questions before we move on to our last speaker presentation? Anything? So first of all, thank you everyone for being so patient and listening so attentively to all of this. The last is Diane Tapner, who's been sitting here very patiently, who had a long career in education, but has put together a platform that I think would give some really interesting insight on what's available to young people and older people. I guess I'll let you do the intro on it in terms of how to navigate jobs of the future.
Thank you so much, Joanna. Thank you. It's so, I'm a 15th generation Californian. And I know that sounds crazy, but I just feel so privileged to be here and so proud right now because I spend a lot of time around the country and most people aren't even using ChatGPT yet. And so I just feel really proud to live in a place that is so thinking about this. I come to you from the K-12 world, so hopefully I can bring that perspective. Believe it or not, lots of us really are thinking about what we can do to be a part of this. And what I can tell you is young people are thinking about AI every day. They're very aware that it's potentially going to shape their future. They're very afraid, actually, that jobs aren't going to be there for them. They actually have an intuition, if not a sense of this data, that the jobs are starting to disappear. And we have a challenge in K-12. So I'm going to admit, I come to you humbly as a recovering college for all educator. I think we did this out of the best intentions. We believed the best thing we could do for high school students was to put them onto a pathway to a four-year college degree. And we have given that our all for the last couple of decades. And right now we know that that's not what's best for everyone, but we honestly don't know what else to do. Just getting oriented towards getting kids on a college path has sort of taken everything we can do in high school. And so we know we need to shift to pathways for all, as some of you said, but how to do that? And so as a lifetime educator, one of the things I noticed is people don't have the supports they need in order to move our high school experience in that direction. There's two big missing pieces right out of the gate, which is one, how do we actually let young people who are forming their sense of self and their identity and their vision for what their future will be, how do we provide them really high quality exposure, discovery, exploration, and planning for careers? This is not something we do in high school as a general rule. And then two, how do we, and especially now when those are so diverse and so rapidly changing, and then how do we make high school much more experiential, much more hands-on, much more real world, and connected to that discovery and exploration? And this is, again, not a thing we do. You all know what high school was like because it hasn't really changed much since we were there, right? It's English and it's history and it's math. And so, the chancellor said earlier, a commitment to internships, which is amazing, but kids aren't ready for internships just right out of the gate. And they're very resource intensive and expensive. How do we give them smaller bite-sized experiences all along the way? So when they do get that shot at an internship, they are actually ready for it and can make the most of it. And so we've built a platform called Future or future.me to try to provide this infrastructure both to the educators, but also to the students. And I could talk to you for days about this, but I'll be very brief. I know you have a lot to do. Basically, the steps are discover and explore careers in the context of what's the life you want to lead and who do you want to be. Select and personalize pathways to each of those careers in a way that you can play with them and experiment and understand the choices and the trade-offs, and then engage in real world experiences that are connected to that. And what we do with Future is we help young people do that beginning part on their own in a way that meets them right where they are. So I like to think of us as like, we want to be as with them as social media, but we're like the broccoli, we're the good stuff, right? So we've spent 2 years with young people every 2 weeks in schools designing this so it meets them where they are. And so you're just going to see, just from the beginning, it doesn't look like ed tech software that they get in schools. It's a 10-year license. It stays with them for a whole journey, not like a single class period. It helps them. We've got 805 careers in the platform. We've included all the information they're looking for in a way that really meets them. So you'll still see the clusters there. They have all sorts of ways they can enter this. And we give them, we've really designed it in an active learning way. And so young people are actually engaging with the information. It's not just like a website. I'm engaging with the information while I'm processing and thinking about who I want to be. What's the life that I want to live? And so what you're seeing here, like this one, for example, we built this because young people, their number one question is this job going to be here in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years? Or am I going to go train for something and it's going to be gone? So we talk to them about, is it an abundant job? Is it not? I will tell you, this is so critical because we heard how many electricians we need. No high school kid is searching for electrician when they come into this platform. Not a single one. It's not on their radar. They're not thinking about it. We have an opportunity to introduce these things to people, to young people, but it's not on their radar now and they're not getting it in school. What I can tell you, these are the top searches this last week. You want to take any guesses? Athlete, actor, lawyer, hairdresser, pediatrician, airline pilot, forensic scientist, chef, fashion designer, musician, and photographer.
Bravo.
That's what they think.
Yes.
805 amazing careers, that's not where they are. So we have to meet them where they are and then pull them into these other careers that are going to be really meaningful for them. We do that with features like this. This is our financial health meter, super popular. I know it's kind of complicated here, but what we're doing is asking them 4 basic questions just to think about your future. Like, where do you want to live? How many people do you think you're going to share living expenses with when you start your career? Are you going to have a roommate or not? Do you know, like, what is that going to look like? How many people will you have to financially support, and will you have a car? And the car actually makes a big difference in your budget. We've taken MIT wage data here, living wage data, and we actually give them this meter so they can play with these questions and think about, well, if I live here and I have a car, will I be financially healthy when I start my career? Could I get to financially healthy when I get experience, if I stay in it, if I move here? So they start to imagine a life. And then we move into talking about what the job actually is. Most young people don't know what the job is. You know why so many think they want to be a lawyer? They've been told they're good at arguing. They don't know that's actually not your job as a lawyer. And when we tell them what the job is, they say, oh, I don't want to do that, right? We write them a story, and AI is embedded throughout the platform. And here's a good example. They give us all this information about what they want their life to look like. And then we actually write them a story. Here's what your day will look like. Here's what your life will look like outside of work, so they can start to put themselves in that headspace and think about if it's a good fit. And then we use the work out of Yale to help them think about the emotions they feel about that life and how it makes them feel and what they want to do. This doesn't happen in career searches because we're giving them websites with facts and information that they don't know how to process and make sense of. Here's the big thing we then move to is the plan. And they want it to be visualized as a plan, like as a pathway. Everyone talks about pathways and kids don't know what that means unless you visualize it that way. So we asked them some really key sensitive questions about their financial situation. And it turns out most of them have never talked to their parents about this. They don't know. They don't know if they have any money post high school. They don't know if they'll be supported. We open that dialogue, 17 total possible pathways into 800 careers. No counselor can know any of, like, they can't know this. It terrifies them. So it's all here for them. And then we show them the different possible pathways based on their answers to the questions. And the kids told us this, we want reality checks. We want you to tell us the truth. So we've worked with Dr. David Yeager and Carol Dweck, growth mindset. We give them these messages about, here's what you say you want. Here's the reality of this pathway. We don't discourage them, but we say, here's what you might need to look into or think about or consider. And so this is what high quality exploration looks like in developing my identity in a whole bunch of different pathways. I can play by myself. I don't have to do it out in public. But then the key is we have to now move them over to real world experiences. And so here's an example. This was a real world experience this summer, an internship for high school students at UC Davis. And we need to show them how to get ready for that experience, what to do while they're in it, how to think about it afterwards. So we've developed a whole arc for that. You'd see before, during, and after. You see it looks like Post-it notes. This is how they think. Then we help them summarize it and codify the learning and pull all of that together into a career journey. What's really important on the backside is we're helping the educators, the schools, the community to make these experiences available, to organize them so they have a whole data dashboard so they can see who's engaging in experiences, what they're looking at, what we might need to supplement or introduce to them, how each student is doing, exactly what they're looking at. And then they can create experiences in the platform. We've talked a lot about equity of opportunity here today. These real world experiences are nowhere near equitably delivered right now. The bottom line is wealthy children have access to real world experiences and everyone else does not. And so how do you do, and if you've ever been in high school, you know how they announce these things, like literally over the loudspeaker still, you know, like next Tuesday, if you want to go to an internship versus really contextualizing it. And so we help educators realize there's 14 types of experiences you can create, and you might be doing some of them now. Let us help you make it super easy. Let us help you deliver those to young people so they feel exciting and interesting and connected. And then let us help you manage those experiences. So take attendance, see who's doing the pre-work and the post-work and all of that. And I know that sounds so silly, but schools don't have the infrastructure or the ability to do this right now. And so we've got to give it to them. And then finally, all of this is instrumented. So all the data and all the information is available to the schools, the families, the community, folks like you, if you would like it. So that is my whirlwind tour. Thank you for going into the weeds with me of what it actually looks like on the ground.
Thank you, Diane. Any questions or comments? What age?
So we have been primarily working with high school right now. So 15 to, 15 through high school. Middle schools really want this, so we're starting to work with them. And our young people are telling us they want to take it with them post high school. So we're thinking probably 14 to 25 pretty easily.
So love everything about what you just shared. Thank you for inviting this topic. So we do a lot of earn and learn career pathway programming at our organization, but definitely on a broader continuum like you described. So the variety of work-based learning from awareness to exposure to prep placement. And it's interesting, in some of our earn and learn programs, there are folks that just want to take advantage of the first portion.
Yes.
The earn and learn just for like the awareness and exploration to talk to folks and aren't even necessarily going after the internship. I know there's also a lot of momentum around both middle school and high school redesign and like shifting assessments to more of like a capstone as opposed to some standardized testing. So would love to talk more with you. And then also just interesting to think about some of the state investments that have happened, like the 500 million with Golden State Pathways, and how there is opportunities for these high school employer connections.
Yes.
But just the employer of record issue tends to be a bit of a barrier for, I know in Los Angeles, we've got, everyone of course wants to do healthcare pathways, and then you've got a lot of different entities calling Kaiser. And so it's just interesting to think about streamlining the employer.
And intermediaries are key in this. We're working with a number of intermediaries who are helping on that front. And this is the type of technology they need in order to do their work.
Love to talk.
Great.
Go ahead. Yes, Anthony.
I would be remiss if I didn't jump in here on this one. To piggyback a little bit off of what was mentioned in regards to the Golden State Pathways, there's also the K through 12 strong workforce pathways that engage with our students. On behalf of the California Community Colleges as well, there's opportunities to be able to articulate this into the career exploration courses that we have.
Exactly.
If you've had a moment to take a look at like Vision 2030,
Yes.
our goal is that K through 12 to baccalaureate degree attainment, and getting our students at least upon completion of their 12th grade to walk away with at least 12 units, right? And the career exploration is one of those modalities that would be able to provide 3 units, so
That's
potentially up to
amazing.
3 units.
Yeah.
So there's opportunities there for continued expansion and partnership as well.
Fantastic. LA, is there a question, comment?
Yes, Hillary Lentini, thank you for that presentation. That was also very interesting. And I noted your use of the word career. And that's something that we have often said here on the Workforce Development Board, is careers, not jobs. And I'm picking up on a disconnect, Madam Chair, that I would like us to also ensure is on the upcoming agenda. Is we heard loud and clear from our AI enthusiasts, Naveen and Chase, that the future of AI is essentially a gig economy or fractional work. And with a neutral response, whether that's good or bad, we definitely need to look at that in terms of preparing our workforce. As well as a comment that Nicole made earlier about Gen Z and Gen A. They need to literally be at this table for these conversations, since it's their future that we are planning for. So can we ensure that that is also part of our upcoming conversations? What if they're fine with that? What if they're okay with the gig economy? Or what if they decide that's what it is, but they call themselves consultants? Well, that could be a career, but then they're all solopreneurs. So are they ready for that? And then Livia has to get involved because now they're a small business and they need support in our state. And I want her to be involved because she really knows what she's talking about, and I'm glad she's with us on this. But this is a brilliant conversation. I thank you again for making it happen. I think we're just starting. I think there's a lot of work to do.
Totally agree.
Thank you.
Yeah, I totally agree.
I'd actually add to that like our students or everybody prepared for the necessity of lifelong learning.
Yeah. Exactly. Yes.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I had to Google actually the academies that OpenAI has. I'm representing San Francisco as well. My concern is accessibility. So a lot of my friends, our mutual friends, are going through getting these certificates, but these are master's degree, living in $5 million homes. But my folks in the Tenderloin or Chinatown or in Bayview, in those schools or in those community centers or in Boys Girls Club or have you, or in unified school districts, have no access to these free tools, and nobody knows how to get them to there. So what are the things that you also can recommend? But I also think it's important, Chair, to also have a follow-up meeting and get the leadership from OpenAI and others to tell us how are they investing in our children? How are they investing in, our youth and our students? Especially my understanding from 7th to 7th grade all the way to high school. And the high school is really where they're wanting folks to really have access to these tools. And so for us, when we're talking about OpenAI, like I'm using it all the time, but there's a lot of people that want to use it, but they're scared. And so how do we trickle down the training of our teachers or our superintendents and not make it so like, oh my God, it's scary. It's actually a very helpful tool. And also opportunities in AI. Like we are mostly concentrating on when we think around people, we say, hey, why aren't you going to construction? It's like, no, if you don't want to go to college or high school, if you don't want to go to college or you want to take a break before you go to college, you should also have this opportunity and not just be told just to go to construction, right? And I love my construction people, but we need to make sure that there's opportunities in healthcare, in tech, and OpenAI as well. And so how do we get those folks also involved? So these are more comments about like, how do we address some of these issues?
Important comments, thank you. Any other questions or comments in the room?
Speakers here.
Oh, we have a speaker, yes, Till, thank you.
All right. Thank you. This is really a broader comment, and I'll keep it quick. I'm a professor of labor economics here at UCLA and the faculty director of the California Policy Lab. So one thing worth keeping in mind that the speed at which AI moves requires thinking quickly about where the jobs are going to be located and for whom, right? And so we have very good labor data in the States, very good data on training and education, but typically it's hard to find out who's actually affected by AI, right? We infer about that about workers using occupation data, but that data is not available for most people who are employed. It's only available for those who take training or those who are unemployed, right? So collecting new data for workers might be something to keep in mind. And that used to be, of course, discussed under base wage reform to collect occupation data from employers. The other piece is the way we infer AI among firms is looking at vacancies, and that's great data. It's also private data and not readily accessible to everyone, right? And knowing more about what firms do would be really helpful. And just thinking about that in such a brilliant set of minds is worth considering. And then last and not least, we need a lot of people thinking about this problem, and how the data is shared, right, is an important piece of the puzzles to help everybody be on board to figure out how to move individuals into sort of the new economy, especially since it will be so spatially differentiated across California. So thinking about occupation for workers, thinking about what firms do and how we can measure, and thinking about data sharing will all be good things to think about as we're trying to figure out what to do with AI.
Thank you for those comments. Any other comments in the room? If not, Emily, any public comments?
No public comment.
We're gonna do, for those in LA, we're just gonna do a quick little 5-minute bio break / grab lunch, which we have outside. So if you were here, we'd have lunch with you. And it is 12:42, let's say 5 minutes, 12:50, kind of. Okay. 12:50, we will re-adjourn. Thank you, Meredith, thank you, Diane. If you want to stay, you're welcome to stay. If not, we appreciate you being here.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Jennifer Haley, I'm the CEO of Kern Energy.
Oh,
excellent. Yeah.
Riveting, huh?
Yes.
I already
You got a
left.
certain- okay. What are you doing here? Oh. Board member
I love Jesus. We can start at 1 because I'm making.
I'm actually here. That's good.
Yeah.
Ben, we have to take a meeting.
pre-quarter.
Oh,
That's not part
Well,
of
that's great.
Pearl.
We can find
North
more.
Green.
Yeah, please do.
No, I think that's.
That's easy, yeah. And then they're just like, oh yeah. Like, you know, on one.
That's you know, really in WIOA, they got totally this kid. This kid worker was only measured by pre and it was a replacement. So it didn't, and then they went to universe and tried to measure all of them. And so we're trying to think we talked about so folks just see the post, they're like, but compared to what, you know.
Have you seen local area?
I love what it does. Yeah, even like your shame, it's really getting this moving down and it really is. I mean, I watch kids interact.
Well, kind of cool too, this is
Like all of a sudden everything. No. Exactly. It's different. Exactly. And especially assuming that means it was like, you go before your college.
Hey, Nicole, how's life?
You're working on both songs.
Yeah.
We're like the latest over there. After 4 years of college. That's awesome. Yeah. Go to school. Did you go in California? I'm not gonna, don't worry. I just saw my niece and I went to Duke and I knocked her out of her life. Because I said, if I had this perfect, I didn't think of doing anything else. Oh, yeah, I never like to go anywhere else. Yeah. And I said, I grew up in New Jersey, like there was no choice. You had to go somewhere, but I said, the ways that you exactly. Well, let me know how I can resource you too, and obviously you have, you know, there was very close to anyone, but I have a lot of teachers. Yeah, so you live here. Okay. Or you want to like,
I honestly think.
That was really good.
And then it.
Oh my God. Yes, and I just, on a personal level, I don't want to do what, especially students like all of Thank you so much for making the effort and joining us. Yeah.
So excited. No, as a young student, like everything you're doing, I had to do myself. And I was like in the library trying to piece all this together on my future, and yeah, it's, so the fact that it's there, I was like, and I guess I wanna look at that.
It's always,
I know, but, and I also don't wanna know my like broad career, but I often think that.
much slower now. Is it?
Right,
It's
okay,
still
that's
credit.
wonderful. Yeah, but that's
Money,
still.
even if they don't participate,
Yeah.
so they have to do a lot of comparisons of how much is invested, how much, what would a comparative burn.
Yeah, it's all about.
Sure. Kim is talking about outbound access.
Yes.
I like to figure out how to do it. Like, I don't know how, if there is a profile, like a user board that would fit, like, I don't want to see any individual data. I don't know what that would even. And I'd love to see it statewide and each individual area. But again, where I couldn't dig into, you know, can't click through, but I do want often that click through that is the administrator where you don't need to.
So I have to contract out
Numerator, denominators, journeys, and then by demographic, and then that can usually, and then by level forms, that can usually get fan out. So I never know what to ask him or ask you, so I end up asking differently. But I had a local area. I was gonna send it to but I don't know who on. I was gonna like CC Kimberly, but because I had came up an issue on local area monitoring the bylaws, local boards, and I'm afraid there's gonna be some.
Is it possible for us to be able to see the? Yeah. I think we should. So we, at the I understand, we're trying to track of like, you're only making every like director sees like someone's age goes. Like even the Google board. And they just. And so. Exactly, we're like kind of dinosaurs. Yeah.
I'm like, hold on.
But if we can think about how we do that, what would be the process?
Well, I was talking on the way over also.
Okay.
On the data or?
Yeah, it's like talking about it. 60 people, let's go, yeah. That would be great.
See how exactly. Are they It doesn't get categorized, but there's, it'd be good to see the comparison of what they're kind of pulling themselves. What they're.
Okay, everybody, grab your seats, please. We'll start in just a minute.
Thank you. Thanks again, Diane.
Lived experience would be great tradition of this board. It's just part of it. Learn about it somehow. It's a location.
And we
But we
get
can
young
have
people.
speakers.
And also get a young person representative.
Well, I think we can incorporate that into the regional
Okay.
conversation too. Ask that with very important.
Yeah, that would be great. I'm gonna start in this part, but can you do?
Yes.
Okay.
We're doing here and I'll do these.
All right, is everyone, thank you, LA, for being back on here, and San Francisco. The first item as part of the, our more internal official meeting. So first of all, thank you again, everyone, for listening, participating, asking questions, comments. Thank you, San Francisco and LA, for your questions and comments. And hopefully this is the start of a conversation that will continue to, and knowledge and expertise that will continue to build and it will unfold over time. Love the comment about getting a young representative here or two. And something I come out of a discussion at the Aspen Institute about, thinking, how do we do that here? And Brooke promised as follow-up that we'll be able to explore that. So appreciate that. The first thing we have to do is vote to approve the July 9th meeting summary. Are there any questions or comments on the summary? Anything online from LA and San Francisco? Emily, any public comments?
No public comment.
All right, I move to approve the July 9th full board meeting summary. Do I get a second?
Sorry.
Thank you. And Ben, can you select the
Moved
vote?
by the chair, seconded by Jamil.
I will take it away. We've had some additions and subtractions in the room, so if anyone in the satellite locations notices that I haven't called a name or someone has left, please let me know. The options are yay, nay, and abstain. And we will start with Alicia Bell.
Or abstain, I wasn't here.
Vice Chancellor Tony Cordova.
What was that?
You caught me, right?
Right in a bite.
Thumbs up.
All right, Jimmy, I'm gonna try to not catch you.
Yes.
Javier.
Thumbs up.
Not one of those three options.
Dean Vaughn.
Yay.
Larry Frank.
Approve.
That wasn't an option.
Leonard Gonzalez.
Yes.
Jason Hayter.
Yay.
Jennifer Haley. Hala Hijazi.
Yay.
Abby Snake.
Yes, yay.
Hillary Lentini.
Yay.
I'll be last. Stephen Monteros. Yay. Janice Norman. Yay. Robert Redlow.
Yay.
Joanna Reese.
Yay.
Nicole Rice.
Aye.
Mark Ehrlichman. Yay. Aveen Sharma.
Yay.
Jeremy Smith.
Yes.
Bruce Stensley.
Yep.
Amelia Tiagi.
Yes, that's so Bruce.
And Gloria Young.
Aye. All right.
Yes, passed.
Thank you. Our second item, we're voting to approve the local workforce board regional plans, and Liz Steelman is online to present this to the board.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Liz Steelman. I'm the policy unit manager here at the state board. So the action items B and C, which are the regional and local plans, are part of one policy, which I'm going to go over with you briefly now. As outlined under WIOA Section 106, regional plans provide a roadmap for the alignment of resources and investments to meet specific outcomes within the 15 regional planning units. Regional plans are used to articulate how RPUs will build intentionality around industry sector engagement, drive workforce development outcomes across multiple jurisdictions, and expand on-ramps to career pathways for individuals who experience barriers to employment. Additionally, as outlined in Section 108, WIOA Section 108, local workforce development plans or local plans provide an action plan for operationalizing the regional plan roadmap by delineating how individuals can access services through their local AJCC system. Local plans articulate how local workforce development boards will coordinate with local partners to ensure person-centered service delivery. In addition to the federal planning requirements, WIOA indicates that regional and local plans should be consistent with the state plan's vision and goals. For purposes of developing cohesive narratives for regional and local plans, the CWDB published Workforce Services Directive 24-09, published on December 20th, 2024, which provided guidance to the field on both federal and state requirements for regional and local plans. The intent of this guidance was to assist in developing a seamless blueprint for the operationalization and implementation of all the required regional and local plan content. Included in your packets was a complete list of all the hyperlinks to the regional and local plans. So for item B, the following regional plans have been evaluated and met the requirements as identified are now put in front of you for final approval. So the list provided in your packet are the regional planning unit regional plans that have been reviewed and are put forth for approval. We do have one regional plan that we're just waiting on a fully executed signature page. And once we get that, we'll provide that to you for approval at a future meeting.
So I move to approve the local workforce regional board regional plans. Do I have a second?
Second.
Yes, Stephen, second. Ben, you get to like the vote?
Yes, we start with Alicia Bell. Tony Cordova.
Hey.
Jamil Dada.
Yes.
Javier Romero.
Yes.
Angelo Farouk.
Yes.
Dean Falk.
Yes.
Larry Frank.
Yes.
Leonard Gonzalez.
Yes.
Jason Hayter,
Yes.
Jennifer Haley,
Yes.
Hala Hijazi,
Yes.
Abby Snee,
Yes.
Hillary Lentini,
Yay.
Stephen Monteros,
Yay.
Janice Norman,
Yay.
Robert Redlow,
Hey.
Chair Joanna Reese,
Yes.
Nicole Rice,
Aye.
Mark Ehrlichman,
Yay.
Aveen Sharma,
Yay.
Jeremy Smith,
Yes.
Bruce Stensley,
Yes.
Amelia Tiagi,
Yes.
and Gloria Young.
Aye.
You passed.
Passed. All right, Liz, any other comments on the local plans or?
So that was the vote for the regional plans. Thank you everyone for your vote on that. Moving along, the next vote will be on the local plans. So the following local plans that are in your board meeting packet have been evaluated and met the requirements as identified and are now put in front of you for final approval. There's a handful that we're still working for with the local board on some outstanding issues. But again, like with the regional plans, once we get those issues ironed out, we'll put those local plans in front of you at a future meeting for approval.
All right, so I move to approve the local workforce board regional plans. Do I get a second? Okay, Angela? Okay, Ben?
Alicia,
Yay.
Tony Cordova,
Yes.
Emil Dyer,
Yes.
Javier Romero,
Yes.
Angela Farouk,
Yes.
Dean Falk,
Yes.
Larry Frank,
Yes.
Leonard Gonzalez,
Yes.
Jason Hayter,
Yes.
Jennifer Haley,
Yes.
Hala Hijazi,
Yes.
Abby Snee,
Yes.
Hillary Lentini,
Yay.
Stephen Monteros,
Yes.
Janice Norman,
Yes.
We'll try.
Robert Redlow,
Yes.
Chair Joanna Reese,
Yes.
Nicole Rice,
Aye.
Mark Ehrlichman,
Yay.
Brand.
Aveen Sharma,
Yay.
Jeremy Smith,
Yes.
Bruce Stensley,
Yes.
Amelia Tiagi,
Yes. Too much fun here.
and Gloria Young.
Yes.
Unanimous or unanimous?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ben. And so, Liz, just the last item on the subsequent designation and board recertification.
Yes, thank you, everyone. So moving right along, our next policy that we'll put in front of you for board approval will be the subsequent designation and recertification. A little bit of background on that policy. WIOA sections 106 and 107 provide criteria for subsequent designation of local areas and recertification of local boards. Specifically, WIOA section 106 requires the governor to designate local areas within the state, and WIOA section 107 requires the governor to certify at least at one local board for each local area. According to WIOA section 106, a local area must have performed successfully, sustained fiscal integrity, and engaged in the regional planning process in order to receive subsequent designation. According to WIOA section 107, a local board must have performed successfully, sustained fiscal integrity, and met membership requirements in order to receive recertification. The CWDB and the EDD published Workforce Services Directive 24-10, dated January 16, 2025, which contained the required criteria, associated definitions, and an application to request subsequent designation as a local area and recertification as a local board. So the list that's provided in your packet is the Local boards that have submitted applications and have been evaluated and met the requirements as identified and are now put in front of you for final approval. There is a handful of applications we're still working with local boards on. So as we iron out any of those issues, we will present those to you at a future meeting for approval.
Fantastic. With no public comment, I move to approve. Second? Steven, is a second? Ben?
All right, for the last time. Alicia Bell. Tony Cordova.
Yes. Doesn't make sense.
Jamil Gada.
Yes.
Javier Romero.
Yes.
Angela Farouk.
Yes.
Dean Falk.
Yes.
Larry Frank.
Yes.
Leonard Gonzalez.
Yes.
Jason Hayter.
Yes.
Jennifer Haley.
Yes.
Hala Hijazi.
Yes.
Abby Snee.
Yes.
Hillary Lentini.
Yay.
Stephen Monteros.
Yes. We're still here.
Janice Norman.
Yes.
Bob Redlow.
Yes.
Chair Joanna Reese.
Yes.
Nicole Rice.
Aye.
Makes sense.
Mark Ehrlichman.
Yay.
Aveen Sharma.
Yay.
Jeremy Smith.
Yes.
Bruce Stensley.
Yeah.
Amelia Tiagi.
Yes.
And Gloria Young.
Yes.
We are unanimous once again. Good.
Okay.
Yes, unanimous.
Great, thank you so much. At this time, I'll be taking over, letting her finish her food, but also to go over the updates and discussion. And the first item on the agenda is a report from Abby Snee, designee from Stuart Knox, Secretary of Labor.
Thank you, Kaina, and thank you, Kaina and Amanda and everyone for such a stimulating and relevant and really crucial discussion on AI. The speakers were amazing and just think this portends future substantive discussions for the state board. This has been a long meeting so far. I will be quick and just mention briefly a couple of things around implementation of the career education master plan and work requirements. On the master plan implementation, with the labor agency's focus on regional coordination, I'm really pleased and really thrilled that Alyssa is here from Unite LA, and Unite LA is really functioning in many ways as a regional intermediary for opportunity youth and running really the first of the regional pilots with 3 teams of training partners, CBOs, community colleges, workforce boards that are working on pain points in a program journey for opportunity youth in the healthcare sector and doing very intensive design sprints to address those pain points in ways that improve participant retention and outcomes and from which the state can learn. We are also working very closely with Tony Cordova and his team to align our planning, continued planning and regional coordination with the Chancellor's Office planning around the regional centers of excellence. I can also let you know that there's building momentum on the creation of a career passport, one of the centerpieces of the master plan, which we know is a priority for the governor and the labor agency and our partners at CWDB and Workforce Services Branch will be leading work on one of the building blocks of the career passport, which is a credential registry, a set of industry recognized and valued credentials that will be vetted with employers at the regional level, and students, workers, other program participants can use to guide their journeys and demonstrate their credentials and skills to employers. Much more on that at another time. And then briefly, the work on anticipating work requirements continues. I think I had mentioned at our last meeting that we have a working group with the Health and Human Service Agency, many of their departments, many of our departments, the colleges, to anticipate these really onerous changes that will affect over 4 million people in the state. An initial plan has us narrowing the funnel and focusing on the 700,000 people who are receiving CalFresh in the state, who have historically been exempt from work requirements by virtue of being able-bodied adults without dependents. That waiver goes away in February. We are looking at this very vulnerable population as a starting point and focusing on the 7 counties in the state that comprise 60% of, or where 60% of this population lives, and seeking philanthropic partnerships to supplement our public resources to do discovery work in each of those 7 counties and invest in and support strike teams that will just pull these interdisciplinary teams together to get as many people as possible into training and education programs that will help them comply with the work requirements and help them build skills and actually get good jobs. So there's a silver lining to the work requirements that they will call on us to make some systems changes at the local level that we should have been doing all along, and doing it with a set of partners at the local level, and certainly building on the experiences of our of the participants. And just to carry on the theme of this meeting, technology platforms and solutions to ease the burden of compliance reporting on the individual are really going to be crucial here. So happy to take questions, but I know we want to zip through these updates pretty quickly.
Unfortunately, we do have to check for comments on every item, and so I'll be turning around and looking at it.
No public comment.
No comments on this item. Great. Any comments from the board? Thank you so much. Next is a budget report. I'll be giving it. It'll be very quick. The WIOA-based legislation was not authorized and not included in the continuing resolution, and so there is no update as to what will happen with WIOA. And we have no insights as to whether or not the changes that have been proposed in the Big Beautiful Bill and the predecessor to that, which was the CR in the past administration, are going to live on. So we're still monitoring that situation very closely. As far as our state budget items, we are in the midst of developing our solicitation for the next round of hire, which we received $10 million in this latest budget to be able to program around. And so that is a program related to justice involved individuals. This is now our 4th iteration of justice involved programming, and we're really excited about getting them out. We have finalized our solicitation for the remaining pool of funds for the HRTP and the healthcare portion of a previous allocation totaling roughly $19.5 million. Those are in the process of finalization of the award recommendations. They're with the secretary now and will be released very soon. So you will get some further information on the grantees and the awards in a subsequent meeting. That's all for the budget. Emily?
No public
Comments? Liz, are you available and ready to provide a legislative report, or do you want me to?
I can go over briefly where we're at right now with the bills that we were assigned by the governor's office. We were assigned about a dozen bills, I believe, to analyze, and 2 of the bills that we were assigned have gone to the governor's office, governor's desk for to either be signed into law or vetoed. The one bill was Assembly Bill 338, which was the $5 million that was allocated in the budget to LA and Ventura counties for wildfire workforce development activities related to the wildfire. That is still on the governor's desk. The other bill that we were assigned to analyze was Senate Bill 638, which was the California Education Interagency Council. That's the operationalization of that interagency council. That bill was signed yesterday. So that's the update that I have on our two bills.
Great, thank you so much. If you want further information on either of those, we'll be happy to provide it via email. I think we provided it in the last set of communication, just like updates anyway. The next item is actually going to be included in a further item, so now I'll turn it over to Hav, who had the report out from one of the first actions I took as executive director, which is forming the ETPL working group to go over some of the concerns that were raised in a previous public meeting. And so we've now done all the parts of meeting those expectations, I hope, and he's going to provide a report as to the findings and how we're going to be implementing.
Thank you, Kaina. And you're right, this process over 6 meetings has concluded. We christened it the ETPL Modernization Initiative. We went into this based on, we heard our stakeholders, we heard our local boards, and with a commitment to streamlining, a focus on equity and quality of programs. And we went into this with recognition this required a multi-stakeholder work group effort. And I think many of you around the table, we went to the chancellor's office. Anthony helped us ensure that we had community colleges at the table. Carolyn Zachary is not here from the Department of Education. Ensured adult education was at the table. To acknowledge Adam Peck, CWA, the executive director. At the beginning was not the executive director, but now is. But nevertheless, from the beginning, he ensured our local boards were present and helped inform his members of the progress we've made. So it was an effort that we relied on our local boards and our stakeholders for. And why did we enter this as well? We wanted to simplify the provider participation and reduce administrative burdens, ensure job seekers access quality in-demand training options, align with the Labor Workforce Development Agency's No Wrong Door training vision, and support informed consumer choice and equitable outcomes. ETPL, the eligible training provider list, those of you that are not aware, it's required within WIOA to connect participants to training programs through individual training accounts. It's intended to ensure qualities, align with labor market demands, and ensure accessibility. And it complements other training avenues that local boards can take, like OJTs and then enrollments and apprenticeships. And I just wanted to, and we went into this basically with their expectation is that this policy opportunity support and further our labor agency's training vision, and which is intended to be to support an ecosystem of learning opportunities, training as an interconnected system of education and work, prioritize community colleges and adult education partnerships, and produce equitable results for workers and ROI for businesses. I already mentioned the work group overview, who was at the table. EDB, the QUIB, and Labor Agency were the conveners. 6 meetings, and basically our process was issues were brought forward, we put them all on the table. It was an iterative process. We developed solutions, refined them in between meetings, brought them forward to the next meeting, and then finalized those recommendations. And those issues, there was many issues, I can't remember the exact number, but they really fell under 4 challenge areas. There were basically segments of 4 challenges. And one of the challenges was onerous application review solution. It was difficult, and there was a lot of recommendations coming forward as to how to simplify. We arrived at a solution that allowed a year-round application window, a 30-day local and 30-day state review, and a 2-year continuing eligibility cycle with unified expiration dates. So previously it was a yearly process. Now it's 2 years after the initial. So this simplifies workload for our local boards, improves provider participation, and speeds up customer access to training. The other challenge area were barrier to new and small provider solutions. Basically, if a program didn't have data for their students, they were precluded from joining because there was a data expectation. So unintended consequences. So we basically, we now allow new program exceptions, which allow entry without full performance data. And it encourages innovation and inclusion, but basically it allows us to we come forward, local boards can attest, certify, and demonstrate that this in fact is something that's needed and warranted, and will allow it without the data initially.
Initially.
Yes, thereafter there will be data. Challenge in data collection and reporting. This was something that has probably one of the most onerous areas of ETPL participation. It was a barrier to many of our community college programs, adult education. So we looked to simplify that process. And even for our local boards, it was the very labor intensive thing. So we simplified to an annual data submission process. It's due August 31st. We'll use base wage data at the state level for validation. And also one of the biggest accomplishments I think this year is in the modernization is some automation for the community colleges. As you could imagine, how we collect data for WIOA program providers and how community colleges collect data for course taking is very different. So that created a burden for community colleges to provide the data, to participate. We basically, Anthony and his team, Chancellor's office, and some clever people on our team, the Collect Passion team, back there came up with a solution. We've now automated that process in which we've taken that reporting requirement off the table for community colleges. This was the first year we do it, and then we'll do some refinement work to institutionalize it to make it something that outlives us all. So we'll take that off the table moving forward. As a result of that outcome, as I mentioned, adult education was at the table. They said, how about us? We made the commitment that we will come back and look to automate that process for them as well. And another area that was challenge 4 was the ETPL is used for other purposes other than WIOA. One of the areas that are creating a lot of confusion was there's a workers' comp voucher program that there was in statute at some point. I can tell you the year right now, but at some point said, in order for your provider to be eligible for a voucher, they needed to be on ETPL. So we had no insight as to what those programs do and so on. So there was a policy in place that basically said, if you're not receiving WIOA participants over a 2-year period, you drop off. And that was intended to eliminate some of those programs that are not intended to serve the same community. That created unintended consequences. There were some programs for various reasons that were quality programs that just hadn't had participants that were being taken off. So we eliminated that automatic process and basically said, when we don't see WIOA participants over a 2-year period, we're just going to go back to local boards and says, is this one of yours you intended this to be on the ETPL? If in fact it's not an WIOA provider, then it's subject to be removed. Won't be automatic. There'll be this, that double check. The impacts. We think it supports the provider participation and consumer choice, which is intended for the ETPL. One is improve accessibility and consumer choice. So the individuals can access a list and see what's available to them. We think we support that and increase that transparency and strengthen the performance accountability. I think we address some of those issues reporting. And our next steps is we'll be drafting a new draft directive for the state that memorializes this policy. We intend to release it early November. There'll be a public comment process. And after the public promises will be finalized January 2026. That work will conclude.
Great. So just to sum up, we basically addressed most of the things. There were some structural issues that are more on the federal side, which would require us to advocate for those changes and then also subsequent rulemaking on the federal level. We did not address any of those items within this working group. Only things that were within state policy control were process oriented on EDD side or were formative to getting somebody or maintaining somebody on the list. One of the reports in our dialogue was that because of the unintended consequences, as many as 8,000 providers have been removed over the course of 6 years. And so really trying to rectify that consumer choice aspect, which is ensuring that they have a democratized set of possibilities for each of them to take on. So this is the conclusion of the ETPL working group for this round. Should there be other things that we need to advocate, especially as WIOA policy changes and the new authorization of the law changes and what requirements might come into ETPL then, we are going to be tabling those discussions until further notice. But thank you for the work and the effort, and thank you for convening all those folks. Thank you to Adam and his team. Thank you to Tony and his team and providing those folks as well, and to the adult schools who are not present, but thank you to them as well. Great. Yes. Oh, there's a hand in Los Angeles.
Thank you. Yeah, and thanks for all the great work. This is a really sensitive, and I don't want to take up a lot of time, I know, but this is a really sensitive issue for so many workforce boards around the state. I work with this in my work every day. And you know, the problem here, one of the issues here that really, and I think you've addressed it to some extent, but I just want to bring it to the attention of folks, is that the bulk of the reporting falls on for community colleges that want their programs qualify for ETPL. They have to fill out their work in CalJobs, and a lot of their programs are full, and they're not really interested in taking the recommendations from the workforce boards into those training programs, since they're able to get those programs full on themselves, and they deliberately don't fill out the CalJobs report. And I think, you know, as we look at this issue, we have to find a way that that's completed without all that responsibility falling on the community college, so that the workforce boards have a better opportunity of getting folks from the community into those programs. So I don't know if we're going to handle that now as an issue or maybe down the road, but we really need to look at that issue.
I agree. We have the same problem in every section.
What would that problem be, if I may inquire a little bit deeper on some of that? It sounds like there's some challenges, but I don't know if they're individualized challenges or if it's a system-wide challenge.
Well,
Bob, do you have any response to that?
Yeah, well, it's a system-wide challenge because, I mean, we're dealing with a number of community colleges that really deliberately don't fill out the CalJobs report. And if they don't fill out the CalJobs report, they can't get, they won't be, you know, we can't do an ITA, they won't be on the ETPL list. So what's to force the community college to work with the workforce boards to allow our community residents to be part of those programs?
Say something.
Yeah, so I mean, I'll give you a high level discussion, and I think there's some opportunities for us to agendize this for a later date and go into a little bit deeper, maybe even do a sub working group or whatnot, right? But you know, one of the things that we're looking at is trying to streamline that process, and I want to commend EDD and the team from EDD and everybody else that worked on some of that, as we're talking about the automation of being able to get the certification programs, all of them in the community college system, uploaded into the system with a little bit of streamlining processes. So when we look at that, and that is basis is to ensure that our programs are up there and staying up there. I can't talk about, you know, the individual colleges and what they're doing, but I could talk about what the system from my perspective is that we are expecting that type of regional alignment and that engagement that we have with the communities that we provide for the transfer. I could also tell you from a personal perspective, the process is cumbersome. It is very challenging when you start talking about the referral, the voucher process that it takes, and it takes a dedicated individual at the campus to be able to manage and oversee a lot of that workflow itself, right? So I'll give you the commitment right? From my end, from the community college and the chancellor's office, our colleges are there to support the community. And part of that is being able to have the access. We are open access to every student. So the statement of like we're closed or we're not allowing it, majority of our campuses will open up additional sections when those classes get the capacity. And we'll explore that deeper.
So,
I
so
would just-
Anthony, you may be correct, and in Riverside County, we have 4 community college districts. 3 of them work correctly. The biggest one doesn't, because I think it's some administration we told don't want to deal with the bureaucracy, so they're not doing it, so. It's not rampant, but we should have something so we can get everybody to make it
And
easy.
that's the process that we're talking about, yeah.
Yeah, I think we could only remove the barriers as they arise, but we can't compel participation from every community colleges. And I think we just basically, there will be community colleges that see the clear value proposition and see worth the effort. But once they become a recipient of WIO dollars and they are receiving, we all enroll people, we will require some level of reporting. And some colleges will see the value proposition in that, and some will not. I think we just have to be okay with that. If there's barriers that we could remove, we do so.
Right.
But I think maybe it doesn't hurt for us to encourage them or push them a little bit more.
Absolutely. And I
So
think this
maybe
is,
we need to do that.
yeah, and I think like the subgroup kind of concept is like, I think the underlying message is like, ETPL has a role in this. But it's like, how do we expand training and education opportunities for more Californians?
Right.
Community college is a large part of that. So the primary part of that solution in my mind. With ETPL is one way to fund that, but there's other ways in which we can increase training and so on. It doesn't necessarily require an ETPL conversation, but just alignment issues. And I think that's something that we need to pull on.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, our goal is to become the primary preferred educational provider for the state.
So wouldn't what he's asking, which is compelling that alignment, be what the step is? I mean, it sounds like what we're trying to do is share best practices to try and induce them to that and to try and bring them along. But what Bob is basically referencing is how do we force that, right? And so he's asking for regulatory.
Yeah, I mean, there's some policy, right? And we've talked about that as it's that pay to play modality, right? Concept. And then the other aspect of it is, we're working on elevating the visibility of the regional consortia and driving a lot of that out of the regional consortia engagement model as well. So that way we can bring our districts up. It's a professional development opportunity at the same time.
We could discuss that as a way to align.
Alignment throughout,
jurisdictional
yes.
elements too. Cool. I know we're gonna have public comments on this. So I'm just gonna turn to
Yes,
Emily and
sounds
give her the floor.
Wait, there's a board.
Please.
Oh, we have the board.
Oh, we have another comment from board
Yeah,
first.
and I have one too.
Oh, please. LA first?
We have a public comment here in LA.
Oh, okay. Can we have another board member comment first and then we'll go into public comments and then we'll do the rooms after Emily has had a chance.
Yeah,
That's
I
right.
was just wondering about the schedule for, sending out these changes to public comment, and being able to implement by January of next year. Is that enough time, given the fact that November, December is holidays, people are out? I mean, is it necessary to have the changes in effect by January 2026?
We made a commitment to do as fast as we could, but
Okay.
we could expand the public comment period.
Yeah.
If that's desired, But there was how would you say, there was a desire for us to get this out quickly as possible.
Okay, yeah.
And so on.
Okay.
There's also, there was legislation that was authored around some of the actions that we're taking. And that's part of the impetus for building out the advisory group.
Yeah.
And then going through the course of action of determining what was federal, what was state, what could we actually adjust, what we could not.
Yeah.
And so at this point, knowing that there's still the overhanging risk of what changes could happen, we got to a point where we could feel, I'm speaking now, where EDD feel comfortable with the changes that they needed to perform and given the allocation of resources they currently had and capacity that they had.
Okay, and I'm
So-
assuming you're trying to what, 30-day public comment? or something?
Typically, we do a 30-day
Okay.
public period. We then get the comments, then we review the comments, and then we make, if we're make directive, we basically explain what we did with the comments.
Yeah,
And so on. Usually it's a lot of clarifying questions, most of the comments.
yeah.
And often we may get some suggestions that were actually considered by the work group. We'll provide all that clarification. So there is space for that as well.
Okay.
Cool.
Thanks.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to take to the online comments and then we'll take the public comment in Los Angeles right after that.
Thank you. We have 8 comments. The first is Denise Foley from Orange County. Dear Workforce Development Board, I am writing to respectfully urge the inclusion of an initial eligibility waiver for publicly accredited institutions such as community colleges, adult schools, regional occupational programs, and universities, so that they may be automatically added to the eligible training provider list. Institutions like the community college where I am employed already undergo a rigorous program approval process, beginning at the local level and culminating with review and approval by the state chancellor's office. Requiring an additional duplicative vetting process places undue burdens on educational entities that are already legally committed to serving vulnerable student population. Streamlining this process is in the best interest of both students and their future employers. Therefore, I strongly encourage you to include the initial eligibility waiver in provisions of the plan directive scheduled for release in October. Sincerely, Denise.
You.
Christy Smith from Dean of Career Education, Mendocino College. Good morning, Chair Reese and members of the California Workforce Development Board. My name is Christy Smith. Please accept my testimony on behalf of Mendocino Lake Community College District. My testimony has 2 main purposes. First, to thank you for your ongoing support, and second, to highlight the critical work still needed to reform the ETPL. Just over a year ago, Workforce Development Boards, community colleges, adult schools, and ROPs from across the state called for the ETPL reform, submitting 96 pages of public comment at the August 2024 CWDB board meeting. Since then, a statewide ETPL work group in partnership with CWA championed SB 275, and we are grateful for the progress to date. With EDD's upcoming directive, important changes will soon take place. But the most impactful reform is still ahead of us. California must request an initial eligibility waiver for publicly accredited community colleges, adult schools, ROPs, and universities. These institutions already undergo rigorous state and federal accreditation. Forcing them through duplicative ETPL approvals only creates unnecessary barriers that limit access for job seekers and stall our state workforce pipeline. This waiver is essential. It would immediately unlock a state network of high-quality, affordable, publicly accredited training programs. It would expand
15 seconds.
choices for job seekers, align more closely with employer demand, and deliver greater equity for communities who depend on public education pathways.
Nicely done.
Next is from Beth Cutter, Director, Castro Valley Adult Career Education. Good morning, Chair Reese and members of the California Workforce Development Board. My name is Beth Cutter, and I am the Director at Castro Valley Adult and Career Education, an adult school in the Bay Area. I want to start by thanking you for your ongoing support of high-quality training programs for California adults. With EDD's upcoming directive, important changes will soon be in place. However, there is significant work still needed to reform ETPL. California must request an initial eligibility waiver for publicly accredited community colleges, adult schools, ROPs, and universities. These institutions already undergo rigorous state and federal accreditation. Forcing them through duplicative ETPL approvals only creates unnecessary barriers that limit access for job seekers and stall our state's workforce pipeline. This waiver is essential. It would immediately unlock a statewide network of high-quality, affordable, public accredited training programs. It would expand choices for job seekers, align more closely with employer demand, and deliver greater equity for the communities who depend on public education pathways. Thank you for your continued leadership and helping us move this urgent reform forward. Next is Israel Dominguez, Director of Economic and Workforce Development at Saddleback College. And I'm opening his attachment. Good morning, Chair Reese and members of the Workforce Development Board. My name is Israel Dominguez. Please accept my testimony on behalf of the Saddleback College Economic and Workforce Development Department. My testimony has two main purposes. First, to thank you for your ongoing support, and second, to highlight the critical work still needed to reform the ETPL. Just over a year ago, WDBs, community colleges, adult schools, and ROPs from across the state called for ETPL reform, submitting 96 pages of public comment at the August 2024 CWDB meeting. Since then, a statewide ETPL work group in partnership with CWA championed SB 275. And we are grateful for the progress to date. With EDD's upcoming directive, important changes will soon be in place. But the most impactful reform is still ahead of us. California must request an initial eligibility waiver for publicly accredited community colleges, adult schools, ROPs, and universities. These institutions already undergo rigorous state and federal accreditation.
That was not the official.
Enforcing them through duplicative ETPL approvals only creates unnecessary barriers. Barriers that limit access for job seekers and stall our state's workforce pipeline. This waiver is essential. It would immediately unlock a statewide network of high-quality, affordable, publicly accredited training programs. It would expand choices for job seekers, align more closely with employer demand,
15 seconds.
and deliver greater equity for the communities who depend on public education pathways. One second, I lost my email. Here we go. Okay. AJ Johnson. CEO,
Take it down.
okay, I'm sorry, this is from Sinjin Jez, CEO, California Competes Higher Education for a Strong Economy. Dear Chair Reese and member of the California Workforce Development Board, on behalf of California Competes Higher Education for a Strong Higher Education for a Strong Economy, we would like to thank you for your efforts to reform the eligible training provider list. We respectfully request that this work include ensuring public higher education programs that are included as eligible providers for workforce education and training for all federally funded programs. California must request an initial eligibility waiver for publicly accredited community colleges, adult schools, ROPs, and universities. These institutions already undergo rigorous state and federal accreditation. Forcing them through duplicative ETPL approvals only creates unnecessary barriers. Barriers that limit access for job seekers and stall our state's workforce pipeline. This waiver is essential. It would immediately unlock a statewide network of high-quality, affordable, publicly accredited training programs. It would expand choices for job seekers, align more closely with employer demand, and deliver greater equity for the communities who depend on public education pathways. This would decrease the burden on California's institutions of higher education and improve equitable access to programming across the state. California educates 1/5 of the nation's community college students. If any state should lead on this reform, it's California. Thank you for your continued leadership and helping us move this urgent reform forward.
Thank you.
We have Laura Jorgensen, statewide ETPL work group chair. Good morning, Chair Reese and members of the California Workforce Development Board. I'm Laura Jorgensen, Bay Area Community College Consortia, Regional Director of Workforce Partnership and Chair of the statewide External Eligible Training Provider List Work Group. For the past 20 months, I have been leading a statewide working group that collectively identified the current challenges with ETPL and then identified comprehensive reforms that would improve the system and then advocate for changes. My testimony today has two main purposes: remind policymakers how we got here and what's still needed to reform ETPL. How we got here. Just over a year ago, workforce development boards, community colleges, adult schools, and regional educational programs from across the state called for ETPL reform. So much that 96 pages of public comment were collected and at the August 24th, 2024 CWDB meeting. Since then, our work group in partnership with the California Workforce Association have championed SB 275 as our initial advocacy focus. Now, the Employment Development Department has agreed to issue a new ETPL directive in October, implementing all of the changes in a directive that we sought to attain via SB 275. So our ETPL work group would like to thank CWDB for helping us achieve this progress to date, and I'm here to remind the CWDB that the most impactful ETPL reform has not been addressed. What's still needed? Our number one priority for ETPL reform is for the state of California to request an ETPL initial eligibility waiver for public accredited California community colleges, adult schools, regional occupation centers and programs, and universities. In short, ensure that courses that are already publicly accredited.
Thank you.
Jessica Doherty, Principal, Cause Impacts Consulting and Regional Organizer, Ventura County Workforce Development Board. Members of the California Workforce Development Board, I am writing in regard to CWDB Agenda Item 4E about ETPL. Over the past 2 years, our statewide ETPL work group has collaborated to identify what the current changes are to ETPL system and processes. Along the way, we developed recommendations for how to improve the program and access to essential training dollars across the state. As part of this effort, the California Workforce Association worked with us to champion SB 275, which included some of the recommendations, but not the most impactful. Our ask. I am writing today to ask for your advocacy and support, uplifting our number one priority for ETPL reform that can have a huge impact and uplift California as a model across the nation. Please recommend that the state of California request an ETPL initial waiver for public accredited California community colleges, adult schools, regional occupation centers and programs, and universities. This will put thousands of accredited programs onto the EPL, providing employers and job seekers more opportunities to choose from and reducing administrative costs. The ETPL process currently requires institutions and programs that have already been given state approval through a rigorous accreditation process to go through an additional round of approval prior to being enlisted on the ETPL. This is additional bureaucracy that is wasteful, administratively burdensome, and a barrier to access for those who need training dollars the most. And last one. This is Dal McLean. Good morning, Chair Reese and members of the California Workforce Development Board. My name is Adele McLean. Please accept my testimony on behalf of Apple Valley Adult School. My testimony has two main purposes. First, to thank you for your ongoing support, and second, to highlight the critical work still needed to reform the ETPL. Just over a year ago, WDB's community colleges, adult schools, and ROPs from across the state called for ETPL reform, submitting 96 pages of public comment at the August 2024 CWDB meeting. Since then, a statewide ETPL work group in partnership with CWA championed SB 275, and we are grateful for the progress to date. With EDD's upcoming directive, important changes will soon be in place. But the most impactful reform is still ahead of us. California must request an initial eligibility waiver for publicly accredited community colleges, adult schools, ROPs, and universities. These institutions already undergo rigorous state and federal accreditation. Forcing them through duplicative ETPL approvals only creates unnecessary barriers. Barriers that limit access for job seekers and stall our state's workforce pipeline. This waiver is essential. It would immediately unlock a statewide network of high-quality, affordable, publicly accredited training programs. It would expand choices for job seekers, align more closely with employer demand, and deliver greater equity for the communities who depend on public education pathways. California educates 1/5 of the nation's community college students. If any state should lead this reform, it's us.
Thank you very much.
That is it.
Public comment available in Los Angeles. You have the floor for 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is Jan Vogel, Executive Director of South Bay Workforce Investment Board. I'd like to thank the board for their support on this ETPL endeavor. I would like to commend Kaina and Javier for their leadership on the board. And I was on that work group, and you know, there were things that we had to do, give and take. I had to give and a little bit of take. So I didn't agree with all of it, but it's a step in the right direction. And as the ETPL coordinator for about 25% of the boards in the state, I just wanted to comment on something that Bob said, and I wanted to let him know that all the providers that want to be on the ETPL list that go through South Bay, we actually fill out the application for them because it is complicated. And there are errors that occur. It's just easier for us to do it because, you know, it's our business. So many of the providers and community colleges, as well as any other providers that want to get on our list that would integrate into the ETPL, we fill it out for them just to save them the trouble. And with that, I just thank you. And we do need to talk to the Department of Labor, which the state didn't address those concerns because that wasn't what it was set up for. But I do plan on talking to the Department of Labor, and certainly could use Kaina and Javier's support to address those concerns, which will help the whole ETPL system.
15 seconds.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more public comments in Los Angeles?
No.
Is there any public comment in San Francisco?
No.
Do we have any on YouTube?
No.
Cool. All right. Thank you so much, Javier. Thank you for all the public comments as well. Next item is on the advisory groups. As we mentioned earlier, we are closing the ETPL advisory group as we have reached a point of developing those new guidelines, and we'll be submitting those for public comment very soon. Should there be future needs for these types of meetings, we will ask the chair for those opportunities. But as far as now, these advisory groups are closed. In the future, we may be advancing additional advisory groups around specific topics. It seems like there is interest on one potentially for AI. And so we'll be thinking through the mechanics of being able to do that within the public forum in the way that's most attributable to Bagley-Keene rules. But that is the advisory groups. Any questions or comments from the board? Any public comments related to this item?
No public comment.
Thank you. Next, I'll be doing a really quick jaunt through the regional tours that have been ongoing for about 4 months now. Myself and some staff have gone around to now 6 different regions. Central San Joaquin, Sierra, Redwood Coast, well, half of Los Angeles, the Inland Empire, who was first, must mention that they were first. And also the Bay Area. And in those meetings, it was basically 2 days of sessions where we're doing conversations with education partners, with business partners, with industry leads, with the interstitial tissue that is the workforce system to try and get an understanding of the unique challenges and opportunities within our communities. This is the first salvo of our road tour, and in which case what we're doing is advancing some staff to then be more aligned with the folks in the region so that they have direct communication and can improve our two-way communication between ourselves and the 45 local boards. At this time, we have activated in 6 of these communities to a very large extent and are already finding opportunities to share best practices between some of these organizations. In the next coming weeks, we'll be advancing some of those combinations. I know we've already been doing some work in the IE as it relates to combining some of these resources and opportunities and really seeing how we can drive betterment within the system without funding. One of the key aspects that we see right now is because of the headline risks of WIOA funding, how do we bring resources more effectively? How do we engage our community partners to share their capacity and knowledge and funding sources to be able to achieve what is really a dynamic and both sides are kind of rowing in the same direction. Now, how do we utilize the abilities that they have or the funding streams that they can access? One particular one that the community colleges have is Prop 98 money. So like, how are we able to advance some of the training curriculum design work that is necessary for skill attainment and in-demand jobs using some of these other pools of funds that workforce boards haven't necessarily tapped into as readily or combine their services around to advance based on the impact potential. And so these best practice opportunities have already led to Hala back here and some unique challenges that our board members bring to the table too, or can actually address on their own. And in one particular instance in the Bay Area, we were at an EMS EMT training, and because one of our local board members was there, she had advanced that she knew somebody in the fire department and would be able to hopefully acquire some testing equipment for them on their behalf. These are things that don't necessarily require anything but the connections that our board members have. And so I really appreciate board member participation on these trips. I know that we have a few that are already scheduled coming up, Capital Region at the end of October, 27th, 28th. The second round of LA.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Can you publish the needs that are coming out of those
Yes.
to all of us? So
We're
if
going-
we're not
we're-
there, we can.
Yeah, we're going
Okay.
through to do all the background information by each source, but also how we're connecting folks. We're actually going to be developing a set of documentation around best practices that we hope to solidify and then share on the public space through our new website design, which is going up in January. And so the 3 that are coming up are LA round 2, which is the 21st and 22nd of October, the Capital Region on the 27th and 28th, and the North San Joaquin on November 12th and 13th. There are 4 after that we're still in the process of scheduling. That is North State, Central Coast, Orange County, and Kern. San Diego is in the beginning of January at their request. So we have most of these ongoing, and then these will lead into item I on our list, which is going over the monthly meetings. In these monthly meetings, which are listed below, we're going to be asking for regional updates in those meetings to get like a better, deeper understanding of what our visit was, how did the conversation materialize and matriculate, and then what the next steps are for each of these communities. And we'll be doing this on an ongoing basis. So there are 13 regions, there's only 12 months, we're gonna smash 2 in a month, but that gives another opportunity for at the back half or the front half of each of these monthly convenings to do a deeper dive on AI, or to do a deeper dive on automation, or whatever the different talking points or interest level of the board and of our participants are. So I encourage board members, if you want us to explore a specific topic, to send that into our staff so we can develop some programming around it, figure out who the people that we need to bring to those conversations are. If it's on the regional setup, I'm going to actually ask those who are representatives of those regions to help us with the delivery of those, I guess, presentations or illustrations of what we did and where we're going there. And then we're going to continue doing this. So staff are going to be embedded in the territories. They're going to have a consistent dialogue with these folks. And so not just annually, but as things, as unique challenges arise, we'll be able to raise them to the level of this profile as quickly as possible. by extension, and I'm gonna skip H really quick just because of going into the meeting minutes. The reason why we're expanding these meetings to having a more monthly setup is so we can do this on a more regular basis to get updates from our region, but also to add in those other opportunities to speak about things that are rising or challenges. Now, formally, there will be 3 full board meetings. Those are April 8th, July 8th, and September 9th. There will be no executive committee meetings at this time. We are in the process of reforming our executive committee structure based on the regional tour aspect that we've just did. And also because we're doing the monthly meetings, we don't want to over inundate with another procedurally heavy meeting. And really want to get into the crux of the conversation and what we're doing to advance our advocacy position as a state workforce board, but also gathering the information we need to advocate, which is going to come from our regions and our communities.
Kind of, what was those 3 dates again? April 8th, July
April
8th?
8th, July 8th, and September 9th. This will all be provided to you in email after this as well. And, obviously it'll be summarized in the meeting notes in addition to that. So that actually concludes items G.
Monthly meetings if they have this.
Yeah, and we'll be providing the monthly meeting dates. It is actually somewhat random, and that's also a function of the staff availability and our chair's availability along with my own. And so it's kind of like, those are ad hoc style, so it's not quorum related. There's participation is warranted and wanted, but obviously you might have other things that take priority. So with that, just on G and I would ask if there's any questions or comments, even though you don't have the dates in front of you to question the dates or comment on them. But I would ask if there's any questions or comments from the board member in the room.
For the structure.
For the structure that we're going forward with, yes. Seeing none, San Francisco or LA?
I'm here.
Thank you. Okay. Any public comments?
No public comments.
No public. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Hillary Lantini if she is available and ready to do the State Rehabilitation Council report.
I am. Thank you, Kaida. When you said you wanted to skip H, I thought you meant skip H, so thank you.
Coming
I will
back
be-
to it.
I will be fast. Okay, I have three topics for my SRC report. October is National Disability Employment Awareness Month, NDEAM, an event that celebrates the contributions of America's workers. Oh, let me say, I also emailed this to Miranda so she can include it in the minutes and you don't
Thank
have to rekey this. It's an event that celebrates the contributions of America's workers with disabilities and showcases supportive, inclusive policies and practices. This year marks the 80th anniversary of NDEAM, and the theme is Celebrating Value and Talent. DOR is hosting several in-person and virtual events throughout October, including a state leadership roundtable, disability culture in the workplace webinar on October 23rd, and you can register online for that. DOR field offices throughout the state are hosting NDEAM events with community and business partners. The events are free and open to the public. Visit the NDEAM 2025 page on DOR's website to see the events. Second topic is the DOR apprenticeship program. By the end of 2025, DOR will launch a new registered apprenticeship program for senior vocational rehabilitation counselors / qualified rehabilitation professionals, developed in response to counselor shortages and limited applicant pools. The 2-year program combines paid on-the-job training with university coursework, allowing participants, many from diverse backgrounds and lived experiences, to meet the minimum qualifications for counselor positions. Developed in partnership with Cal HR, unions, and universities, the initiative expands recruitment, provides an earn and learn pathway, and aims to build a more representative workforce. Last topic is the modification to the 2024 Vocational Rehabilitation Services portion of the California Unified State Plan. The SRC continues to collaborate with DOR on developing the state plan modification. During the September 11 SRC quarterly meeting, the SRC adopted several recommendations for inclusion in the modification focused on DOR staffing, leveraging partnerships, expanding the pool of available vendors, staff training, expanding targeted outreach, and service priority. That's it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Public comment on this item.
No public comment.
No public. Thank you so much. At this time, we're going into the second to the final stage. So this portion of the agenda provides an opportunity for members of the public to address boards on items of interest within the jurisdiction of the board. Comments are limited no more than 2 minutes. Pursuant to Bagley Keene, the board shall take no discussion or action other than referral on any item brought forth here. Have there been any general comments?
Yes.
Please, Mr. Adam Peck, come up and you have 2 minutes.
Recognizing that I'm probably the only thing between all of you and into a 4-hour meeting. I just want to introduce myself. I'm Adam Peck, Executive Director of the California Workforce Association. I'm new to the role. Prior to coming to the association, I was the director of the Workforce Board in Tulare County for the past 18 years and have been in local workforce development for about the past 28 years. Really appreciate the relationship with KINA and state board staff and the visits. I'm so new to this role that I was at the first visit. Well, I don't know if it was your second visit, but when I was in Tulare County when KINA came to the Central Valley. So appreciate reaching out and seeing the work in the local area. And as part of the ETPL work group, I appreciate that work. That's a ton of hard work to figure out a way to resolve the issues. And so from KINA and Javier to Nicole and Christian Cordova and all the members of the group, we really appreciate it. But I look forward to CWA represents the 45 local workforce boards, and we both try to advocate for those boards and build the capacity of those boards to deliver the services that our communities, workers, businesses need. This is a big, complex, diverse state geographically, culturally, economically, and the solutions that to the issues that come up throughout the state differ in communities in 45 areas across the state. Tables very similar to this with business and community leaders sit down and try to figure out how to activate the resources available through WHEEL and other resources to meet the needs of businesses and workers in their community. So I expect to be at all these meetings and know that I'm working with the staff associated with the system, both at the state and local level, and I look forward to working with all of you.
Adam, before you sit down, a lot of what I know in workforce, I learned from watching him. I've known him for 25 years. This young man is a legend, not just California workforce.
He still calls me young.
But compared to me, you are young. And national workforce. So Adam, I'm so happy that you're at CWA. CWA really needed good leadership and you are the right person. So welcome. And thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
And we will have used up his general public comment time. Is there any other general comment?
He asked.
I got a quick little update in regards to some of the work from the California Community Colleges.
We will add you
itself.
to the next agenda formally.
You got me now?
We missed the agenda deadline.
No worries, no worries. I'll make it under the general. I'll try to do it in 2 minutes, right?
Perfect.
So I'm gonna full circle back on some of the activities that we're doing. We're engaging in the LA rebuild. We've got the career passport activity that we're rolling out. As Chancellor Christian mentioned, credit for prior learning. We're engaging in some of the regionalization realignment, apprenticeship expansion, non-credit expansion, contract education. We're bringing that in to be able to get the not for credit work going on. As Chancellor mentioned, also the work-based learning, the internships. There's some engagement about the master plan for ag and research, specifically that's going on. Ag is being elevated, rising scholars in AI in the future of work. You'll be able to find on our website the work plans, or what we have better known as, our documents that are going to be able to provide the roadmap out of the Vision 2030. There are 6 elements specifically within AI. Some of the activities that we're doing is the rapid AI deployment to eliminate enrollment fraud. We're doing the build out for the infrastructure. We're engaging in some of the workforce partnerships in Gen AI. As you heard, we've signed those MOUs with the governor's office, IBM, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Adobe. We're evaluating the AI for the teach and learn concept of it, also achieving the proof of concept for AI enhancement for student support services, as well as advanced AI policy for foster and culture the AI literacy, as we mentioned before. We want to prompt, but also validate, right? And then there's also the workforce work plan that we've gotten. There's 4 activities specifically around that. Is the strategic partnership being our first and foremost activity number 1. When we start talking about those partnership and development, that's where I sit down to say, if you have questions, I'm open, right? I'm accessible, I'm available. We want to be able to look at how we can increase that partnership. Activity 2, increase educational access for low-income workers, enhancing their social and economic mobility. Activity 3, strengthen the California's under STEM aspect of it. There's a lot of work that we're doing. As you notice in Vision 2030, it's the 9th through baccalaureate degree attainment, really focusing on being able to do that. And building out the different apprenticeship models and modalities that will be able to create the pathways. And the 4th one is expanding the access to innovative healthcare pathway programs with a concentration on nursing and allied health with an emphasis of behavior and mental health.
Nice. We'll put you on the formal
Wow.
agenda, so you can try it, you can actually expand.
And there's a lot more content and detail, but you can find these things on the website.
Awesome. At this time, I would really just like to thank the board members for their participation in what have now been 2 successive, I think, more engaged and more valuable meetings than we've had in the past. And I'm thankful for your leadership and participation in getting this done. So with that, I kick it back over to you.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you to all the members for your active participation, your questions, your comments. Really, really appreciate it. LA and San Francisco, I'll do a better job in the future of making sure my eyes go up there and pay attention when you want to participate. Alicia, welcome. Great to have you on board. Team, thank you, thank you, thank you for all the incredible work that you do. Other participants, public comment, let's get more of that. And with that, we are adjourned.
With no
Additional public comments. And no further business. He's so particular. Oh my God. This meeting of the California Workforce Development Board is adjourned. Thank you all.